right. So we're gonna.
Looks like we got a few more semi-notable updrafts that just popped by San Antonio, so I'm watching those.
All right, I'm gonna go east, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's gonna be a long-term problem, I guess. All night.
Copy that. Yeah, if any stand out to me, I'll let you know.
All right, guys. So we've got a couple of storms that are trying to form. I'll show you. So I'm sitting here on the west side of Houston, and where's? Hold on. Did they just die? Oh, I'm on the wrong radar site. So here's Houston, and this needs to be our target storm. It's got lightning. I've been sitting here hoping that one of these would take off, but I've played this game before, and we need to get on this because of Houston traffic. So we're gonna get on this storm, but we're gonna also watch the stuff back here, and if this stuff back here takes off, I mean, it's easier to backtrack than it is to get out ahead of this one, because that stuff's gonna be coming toward us. So we need to get on this storm here, so that's what we're gonna take off after. For now, I've been sitting way too long. I mean, the weather just isn't weathering right now. So things are not going early. They're not going early like, we thought they might, which is fine. It doesn't really screw us up too bad. It's just, yeah, we got to start getting moving, because the storm's on the other side of Houston already. So I was really thinking we were going to have time to screw around, but it's looking like not. I had to figure out how in the hell I'm supposed to get back going the right. I guess I take a left. I'm kind of blocking the parking lot here, but whatever. Those little updrafts off to our west could become storms, but the thing is, folks, one of the things that I've learned in doing this is you're not going to achieve anything by sitting on your ass all day. And we're at the point where it's 5:30. These storms are obviously going to be after dark. I don't know where this guy is making a left turn, dude. There's literally no road there. What are you doing, crackhead? But anyway, sitting on your ass accomplishes nothing, and we're at that point where it's time we can't sit on our ass anymore. We got to do something. So even if it's not the right decision, we have to go do something. So you get nowhere in life by sitting in a parking lot. So we just have to go. We have to go for something, and for now, we're going to go for those ones on the other side of Houston. And if the stuff on the west side of Houston goes, well, then that's fine. We'll just turn around. It's not a big deal, but we have to do something, basically. Because sitting does not get you anywhere. Especially with this, We don't get paid to sit in a parking lot. And unfortunately, sometimes that's what you got to do, but it's just not an easy decision to make today here for where to target, mainly because of the Houston metropolitan area and traffic concerns. But all this stuff off to the west, there's little storms trying to form, but they're all kind of, nothing is taking off. The one on the northeast side of Houston has more lightning. It's got higher reflectivity. It's just overall something better. So we got to take off after that one. So that's what we're going to do. Looks like our severe risk is probably going to be like northeast of Houston all the way through like Lafayette, Louisiana tonight. HRRR is still holding on to hope that there could be a severe event. God, no matter how much faster I go, these people are just like trying to match my speed in the middle lane here. Jesus Christ. But anyway, it looks like it's trying to hold on to hope that it thinks there's going to be a severe event west of Houston, but I'm not. I'm growing more and more doubtful. So. I'm not really impressed with any of these storms right now. They're all crap, and I wouldn't even call that stuff to our west or southwest. You know, those aren't even storms. They're just rain showers, which is fine, but we have to go for this stuff right now because there's just nothing else on the table. But those storms are moving quick, which makes me think that they're not even the main target, because if they were the target storm, they would not be moving that fast. But again, we can't sit on our ass all day. It's not going to achieve anything. Eventually, I expect a large line of storms to move east across I-10, but that's going to be several hours from now. Like 2 hours from Beaumont, so we definitely need to move. But I still think we're on track for severe weather. It's just probably going to be an overnight event primarily, which is not really convenient for anybody, including me, so. We'll see if this storm can root and become, I don't know, anything more interesting than it is. So I kind of would maybe make an assumption that that stuff that's trying to form back off to the west, maybe that'll be the starting of our cluster or line of storms later on. That's going to try to move across the area, but that's going to take forever to get going. If you're in Lafayette, you're going to be up until 5 in the morning or something. Trust me, I would definitely just go to bed. So, interesting subject. So, yes, I did see the potential tornado in Fort Worth last night. Yes, I see Twitter's blowing up. Since you asked for my comment again, even though you did this morning, the same thing, it still hasn't changed. Listen, the people at the National Weather Service have zero incentive to call something a tornado or not call it. They don't get paid any more or any less by determining something is or isn't a tornado. I can assure you that there is no conspiracy where they missed this tornado and now they're trying to cover it up. Basically, it looks like there may have been a weak tornado for like 6 seconds and it didn't get a tornado warning. All right, I get the frustration, folks, but like, let's be real for just a minute. These QLCS tornadoes are basically just like your spam emails, right? Sometimes they can just happen all over the place all at once, and sometimes even between radar scans. There was a teeny tiny CC drop for like 2 minutes, and then it was gone. You know, did it meet tornado warning criteria? Yeah, probably. But you have to understand too, these National Weather Service folks, I know this wasn't the case, but they don't want to issue tornado warnings 24/7 for everything because people are getting desensitized to them. But also, they did send survey teams out and they determined that it was not a tornado. I'm going to actually go off and surprise you when I say this based on what I'm talking about. I actually disagree. I think there was a weak tornado based on photos. But there should be no reason to sit there and have, because the person that got caught in the filter is a 19-year-old from Twitter. And respectfully speaking, these are adults with education and no incentives to do anything or not, call something or not call it a tornado. Because you're 19 years old and have a Twitter account does not mean that you know more than they do. And it's great that we question them because that's part of the scientific method. But there is absolutely no reason to start crap like you did on Twitter, buddy. That's ridiculous. Like, there's so many people attacking the National Weather Service right now. These guys don't need any more attacking. Like, leave them alone. Like, they're just trying to do their job. They've been trying to do their job. Like, I'm all for holding them accountable, but I really don't think this is one of those scenarios where it's a gotcha moment. You know what I'm saying, guys? I think we really just need to let off a little bit here. I mean, the area was severe thunderstorm warned, to my knowledge, which does tell the public that, there could be potential severe weather. It's not like this was I don't know, guys. I just really think that maybe it's something we should all move on from. Accountability is great. I mean, hell, we had the National Weather Service in Little Rock, Arkansas have a tornado emergency for 45 minutes a couple of years ago because there was a hailstorm. Yes, they mistook CC on radar of hail as a tornado, and everybody was calling them out, including the TV stations, live as it was happening. There was no tornado, but yet they issued the tornado emergency. Now that is where you hold them accountable and say, okay, we have an issue here, we need to revisit it. I don't think potentially missing or what may or may not have been a QLCS tornado that lasted 6.4 seconds or whatever, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. I really don't think that's the gotcha moment here to start nailing the Weather Service. And I would encourage all of you folks, especially you, 18, 19, 20 to 21-year-olds. I understand you're in college for meteorology and all that stuff, but listen, guys, you know what? If you put, I can follow you around all day and find a million reasons to complain about something you do and find all your flaws. And holding the Weather Service under a microscope every single time that you can, I really don't think that that's going to solve any problems. If you would like to offer the Weather Service constructive criticism, okay, fine. But there's no reason to sit there and try to trash the Weather Service and say this is why we need to privatize the weather, because it's not. Because a private company may have made the same F up. And honestly, guys, I mean, I don't know. I think it probably was a brief tornado. But at the same time, like, these guys have no incentive to go out there and call it not a tornado or a tornado. So, you know what? I'm just going to take it and say, you know what? Maybe it was. Maybe they disagree. Whatever. But it's not like they missed a freaking F5 wedge that took out Dallas here, guys. Like, we got to be a little bit reasonable here. So that's my standpoint on it. And that's basically how, what it's going to be. And I really don't want to see or hear any more of it, because at this point, it's basically just like an excuse for people to chirp, sit there. They just want to hear themselves talk about how important and how great they are, because they think that they got They think they have a gotcha moment with the government, and they don't. You know, remember, folks, yes, the National Weather Service is the government, but it's not the government that you think it is. It's not politics and partisan. Like, I understand we've had a couple of employees misrepresent SPC. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Stuff, and, you know, they come out and they make their job into politics, but they've all been you know, those people are no longer employed or have been severely, you know, they've had their balls cut. You know, just because these people are government employees does not mean that they are against the people. Like, their job is literally just to issue a forecast. They don't get an incentive to misjudge a tornado or not. Like, they're still going to get paid either way. So that's basically it. You know, just stop being so damn hard on people. And if What's Her Nuts from the SPC wants to come and complain on my Twitter account because I said weatherman instead of weather people, then she can go ahead and do it again. But as far as I know, they made her knock her Twitter account off because she was doing that to a bunch of people. But anyway, moving on. So we have the storm here on the northeast side of Houston. It looks like it's going into the Kingwood, or passing the Kingwood area. The stuff off to the west doesn't really look, I don't know, it's not organized, but, you know, we gotta keep it in the back of our mind. But we're just gonna keep heading off to the east, guys. That's the best thing we do. We just gotta get through Houston. That stuff off to the west is gonna move this way. So if we go off to the east and we decide, oh, hey, that's the wrong move, and the stuff off to the west actually starts being the target area, you know, that's fine, because that stuff's moving toward us. So we'll be moving toward it while it's moving toward us. So that works out pretty well. That's where I'm at. I haven't driven through here since I think it was last April, or it might have been March. I don't remember. I don't drive through Houston often at all. Like, I think I've only driven through Houston maybe like 3 times in my life. I'm just hoping, because it's Saturday evening and not, you know, Monday at 5 p.m., that we'll have okay traffic most of the way. But we're obviously going to go, well, hold on. What's this want me to do? This damn thing don't want me to go through Houston, does it? It does. You're kidding me. I would think going around Houston would be the game, but I don't know. We're just going to do what Google Maps says for now, because it does know the traffic better than I do, so.
I'm starting to like this storm to the east more. Everything off to the west, I'm willing to bet there's lingering conversion aloft or sit. That's not big model, because everything comes up, splits, and immediately dies. And I think there's a greater chance that the storm's firing around Houston, or that cell you're headed to, actually moves into an area that will destabilize, kind of maybe more towards like Louisiana border. I think there's a greater chance of that reorganizing later than right now.
I agree. Yeah. This is one of those things where it's like, we kind of knew, but there was a pretty damn good chance that this was going to be a late event, or you know, later event. So, like, if we weren't so late in the year, you know, it wouldn't be getting dark until, like, freaking 9 o'clock anyway. Now it gets dark at, like, 6, but it seems like it's later than it is. But we knew that the chances were that this probably wasn't going to be, you know, a 3 p.m. thing like we were hoping. But there was a chance that it could have been, but it just doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. We're definitely on track for potentially tornadoes overnight, which is bad, so... today we haven't had one of those Dixie Alley chases for a long time where we're tracking tornadoes at night, but this might be one of those days. We're gonna find out though. But I may be speaking too soon, but I'm pleasantly surprised that I'm not sitting in traffic just yet. This is pretty, you know, it's a good sign. Made it this far. I mean, we haven't really touched the city limits yet, but it's a start, guys. Let's start somewhere, I guess. I like that color, that orange. I mean, I guess I don't like it or dislike it. I just like that it's different. I get bored. Like, every car is black or white anymore. Need more color options here. Oh, dude, home fry here needs some ball joints on that chart. That F-150 that passed us on the left, I don't know if you guys can tell on camera, but his passenger side front wheel, like every time he hits a bump, it's like tipping in and out. Dude, your upper ball joint's about to leave the chat, dude. Oh yeah, there's the tail light. All right, now we're hitting brake lights. That's kind of what I figured. I figured we were due for it, at least up here where this interchange is. Oh, we are really slowing down. Why are we? Come on, people. Crepes. Come on, Texas. What the hell? Hell, we got all this real estate over there. Look at that. Like, you could fit 3 lanes over there on the left. Towed trailers, trucks over 1 ton prohibited. Good. How much you want to bet we see trailers and trucks over 1 ton?
Keep left to continue on I-10.
Whoops.
Continue on I-10 for 2 miles.
This is the high occupancy vehicle lane. 2 or more occupants. Oh, whoops, I didn't see the sign. That sucks. Well, I'm screwed now. Darn it, that really sucks. I was really hoping to abide by the vehicle lane law here, the traffic law here for this lane, and not enter the HOV lane without a couple passengers, but unfortunately the sign was kind of washed out by the sun there, and I didn't see it until it was unsafe to merge back into the other lane, and it would have caused an accident. Safety first, everybody. Don't want to end up like that guy over there. Probably going to get pulled over and get a ticket for driving in that lane. Okay, all right. Well, then I guess I'll get pulled over and get a ticket for driving in this lane, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's gonna be okay, dude. It's gonna be okay. Taking the HOV lane is $3 if you're solo. Seriously? That's it? Then why the hell have it? Sounds like it's kind of like that the express lanes that they have in Georgia, where it's like $1.50 or whatever to use the express lanes. It's absolutely 100% worth the $1.50 to use them, because like I-75 will be sitting there like a parking lot and the express lanes are still moving. It's absolutely worth every freaking dollar. They could charge $20 and I think I'd still use that damn lane, the express lane.
Continue on I-10, 1.5 miles.
Well, my windows are so dark anyway, you can't tell. But... So how do they charge you $3? Do they like ding your toll pass or something? Like how do they figure that out?
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-10.
Well, yeah, there's a sign for, they charge you money or whatever, but like, how do they, it's all electronic tolling. How the hell do they know to charge you the $3 or whatever? I'm really confused on this.
Keep left to stay on I-10. Continue for 8 miles.
Well, yeah, it gets mailed to you, but how do you, like, how do they, like, or they send you a questionnaire, like, hey, were you using the thing with more than 2 or less than 2 people, or what? Or do they just bill everybody after hours? God dang, it's a good thing that we're over here though, because we're just passing everybody. This is great. Need another one of these lanes out here. Looks like they could fit another like 4 of them over there. Pete's sakes. Well, I have an easy tag, or not a... It's not the easy tag, it's the whatever the hell it is. The other one is the freaking Kansas version. Yeah, these toll passes are really a pain because the interoperability between them, like certain states work with other states, but then you almost have to have more than one toll pass, and then you got to make sure you take the, if you're in a state where both of the toll passes work, you got to make sure you take one of them out of the freaking windshield, or you're gonna get double charged. It's kind of dumb. Somebody told me that the Florida one works pretty much everywhere. So I have to look into that, but honestly, it's never been a huge priority because, I get all these like, oh, you owe us toll bills in the mail. And they charge you the $3 and then they charge you like a $50 fee to mail you a letter. You just call the people and be like, look, I'm not paying that $50. You're going to send it to collections and then you're never going to get paid. Like, I'm willing to pay the toll. I have never, ever, except for Illinois that one time, ever been told no. Like, they're just like, okay, we'll waive it this time. And then, like, this time turns into, like, 50 times. But they just waive it if you call them. Like, unless it's the state of Illinois, which I still owe, like, $50 to. But the hell with them.
those updrafts to the southwest by Bay City, but low chance they do anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they'd probably be over the water before I could get to them, I think.
They're kind of tracking more parallel to the coastline. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just not really confident in anything in the Houston area. I honestly think it's going to be more towards like Port Arthur, if anything, but I don't know. Definitely not what we expected today.
Yeah, I think it's a nocturnal event.
I'm tending to agree with that. Maybe we'll get like a really cool like nocturnal like QLCS or Big Shelf Cloud or something.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a nighttime event. The storm that's moving northeast of Houston, like, it's not really doing anything. It's not really weakening. It's not really strengthening. So that might be the seed that plants the tree of severe weather here in a little bit. That might be it. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely looking like I-10 in northeast Texas into Louisiana for sure. I guess I'll do our sales pitch now. I only have like enough brain cells to do this twice, otherwise I get real sick of talking about it just because like it's being a broken record. But folks, we are running our Project Weather Eye GoFundMe. Now listen, I know everybody gets so sick and tired of turning into a live stream here. Like, send me a super chat. Okay, I'm not doing that here, folks. Well, I mean, I'm not going to complain, but I'm not. Listen, like there's a mission behind this, and this is kind of a special project, and it's also a matter of like public service. So just if you're interested, you can hear me out. But trust me, I'll shut up about this very soon when we get to the storms. But we are running our GoFundMe crowd fundraiser for Project Weather Eye. You can see it at the bottom of my YouTube live stream there, where it shows how much we've reached, or how much of the goal that we've reached. We've been running it for 72 hours now, and we've reached over $2,100. That's very impressive. We need about $25,000, and I'll tell you why. So is it raining up here? Why is the road? What the hell? Oh, it's just the road's wet. It looked like there was like a fog up here. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? But this is for our, basically our open source weather data project that we're doing here. It's going to be an ongoing thing, but we're going to be launching it here in 2026. So we're going to be adding 20 additional Mesonet sensors, portable Mesonet sensors here that are going to capture temperature, humidity, dew point, wind speed, direction, pressure. And we're going to be deploying those with all of our staff. We're going to be deploying those over large areas. You know, they're going to last 5 days before they need a recharge. We're going to put as many of those out as we can. So, for example, if there's severe weather to forecast to recur over, like, let's just say the Lubbock area, like it did for like 2 weeks straight in May, we can go deploy a massive high-resolution live streaming Mesonet to capture very high-resolution data of any storm that's passing through the network. And obviously, that's going to be live streaming. We're going to put that in the Radar Omega app and live stream it into the live streams here. But that's going to be live data. Every 5 seconds, there's going to be new data sent. So it's going to be as real time as it gets. And we're building these. You know, we don't buy these. We build these. Looks like somebody had a wreck up here. But that's one of the things that we're doing. And we're going to make this data open source for the public. Now, the other thing that we're going to be doing is launching weather balloons, because we can't just have data at the surface, right? We also need that data. We need the radiosonde data. And this is important because it gives us like an actual real-time image of what's going on in the atmosphere. The weather models are great. and they tell us a lot, but they are just a prediction. This is not a prediction. This is actually truth. It's a fact. Where we'll be able to launch. How many tow trucks do you need, buddy? Seriously. We'll be able to launch a weather balloon and capture exactly what the atmosphere is like through all of its layers, all the way up to 60, 70, 80, 90 plus thousand feet. That's important, not only on severe weather days, but in the winter, because freezing rain, we'll get a wedge of warm air nose in there. And a lot of times, as weather people, we're like, God, I don't know if this is going to be freezing rain or just rain or snow. If you live in an area that gets a lot of ice storms, you know what I'm talking about. Well, with a weather balloon, we can tell, is this going to be freezing rain or ice or snow? What is it? We can tell. We're going to know that.
In half a mile, use
And also with severe weather, we'll be able to tell if there's a capping inversion in place. We'll be able to tell how much energy is in the atmosphere for the storms, and also wind shear. We'll be able to plot hodographs as well. And we're going to stream all that live into our website, the Radar Omega app, and of course the live streams. And you guys are going to be able to see us launch the balloons, do all this stuff. So what the $25,000 is for, that 25 grand, that 25 grand is not our operating budget. Our operating budget is going to exceed that hugely. That 25 grand is basically the kickstart that we kind of need to push this forward, so that we're not eating into budget cuts on everything else that we're doing and having to pick one thing or the other. In addition to this, we're still going to be deploying our expansive camera network, our portable camera networks, just like we did last year, but we're going to be doing it even more because we've got like 20 times the amount of cameras that we did last year. So you're going to have visuals and every bit of data that you need. So I mentioned this yesterday. I've got 85,000 people on Facebook and 150,000 people on YouTube. That $25,000 is a lot, but here's why it's obtainable. Let's just say a small fraction of all like 300,000 people that follow combined contributed, just a small fraction, $1, we would hit that goal in a day. Now, I'm not trying to guilt anybody, and I'm not saying I'm entitled to any of that money. Don't take it that way. That's just me proving that it's an obtainable goal. And I think it is, because we've gotten over $2,100 from you folks, and I really appreciate it. And so does our team, and so does the public. Really appreciate this just in the past 72 hours. So I know we can get there. It's an expensive thing. These Radiosondes are $210 a piece. It's going to cost us like $300 to $350, $400 to just per balloon launch. But that data being open source means that other people can use it also to make better forecasts. So it is a public service, a huge public service that nobody else is doing. So thank you to our dedicated audience. If you would like to be involved in this, there's also a little bit of a write-up talking about it. And there is a link to the video that explains it a little bit. If you go to the website that I pinned in the YouTube chat, it's at the top. It's a link tree. It just gives links to everything that we do. Our social media is on there as well. You can click on that top link and it'll take you to the GoFundMe. Also on the website is links to all of our social media, and as well as links to download the Radar Omega and the Cycrad app, where you can watch our live streams and of course this live data. Also in this kind of in the same area, there is a link to the Scientific Sales website, where if you want to buy basically anything weather related, whether it's weather stations or handheld instrumentation like a Kestrel, for example, or something as simple as a rain gauge, they are offering 8% off if you use the code WeatherEye. But that's listed on the link there. You'll be able to see that. You don't have to remember it. But they're offering that just because they really like our audience, and they are going to help us out a little bit here with this project this coming year. So if you want to support a small business, there you go. There's no strings attached. I'm not paid to say that. I'm not asked to say that. It was just something they wanted to do for our audience. And there you go, folks. Why buy from Amazon when you can get 8% off, and it'll show up just as fast as it would have from Amazon, and then you've actually got customer service to deal with. So, and they are nice people, so there's that too. So that's the sales pitch, folks. But yeah, we're up to $2,212, folks. And again, I really appreciate everybody who's participated in that. I know I sound a little bit like a broken record, but understand that this is for the bettering of science and public safety, public awareness, education. You know, I don't go on the, you know, I don't turn my live stream into a billboard of send me money, send me money, send me money. You know, I don't do that because I think it's annoying and I think it's childish and unprofessional and it makes you look weak. And I'm not asking for you to send me money. I'm asking for a little bit of a help getting our project off the ground here for this, because guys, this is seriously a big thing. And the fact that we've gotten $2,200 so far, we're almost at 10%. So if we can hit $2,500 on that GoFundMe today, folks, that's going to be 10% of our goal. That's 10% in 3 days. 3 days, that's it. This thing will have been live for 3 days and we'll have hit 10%. And I know 10% might not sound like a lot, but think about it. We only need to do that 9 more times. And we did, and we can, it looks like we might be able to do that in 3 days. Like, I'm very, very optimistic about this, and I want everybody to know that's participated in this, that you are not only contributing to something entertaining to watch, because I mean, you're going to be able to watch us launch also like weather balloons and stuff like that. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? So not only is there the entertainment value to it, but you folks are also going to be bettering public weather data. So just understand that, and you know, these are devices we're building, ground stations and balloon launch vehicles that we're building. I got to get the hell out of this lane. Don't I? I think it's exit only. Shit. Oh, this is the problem. It's because I don't drive down here very much. Google Maps is not telling me what lane to be in like it usually does. But I'm super excited for next year, guys. This is going to be really cool. Once we hit 15,000 on there, we're going to order our radiosondes, which we're going to attach to the balloons and send up into the atmosphere. But it's pretty cool, and I like what we're doing here. And as soon as we get done with this severe weather event, because tomorrow does not look like a chase day, folks. Like, the storms are going to be moving through like freaking Florida at like 11 a.m. That's not possible. I don't have a freaking helicopter, but unless something changes, I don't think tomorrow's a chase day. But as soon as we get done chasing here for a day or two, I'm going to start really hitting Facebook real hard with this fundraiser. We've only really hit YouTube with it. So that's pretty cool. That we're able to, we're all, like I said, almost reach 10% in 3 days, and we might reach 10% today. So that's pretty cool. So that is the goal there at the bottom of the live stream toward that. And yes, it is live. So just understand that of all like 75 or whatever, 50 to 75 people that have contributed so far, that you guys are really making a huge difference in what we do, because a lot of people are out here, and there's nothing wrong with this, but a lot of folks are out here because it's just something they want to do. But our team is about the science to a point. I mean, we're not out here claiming to be changing the world here, but we do want to better understand this stuff and build something that can help others understand it as well. I cannot stand the new Twisters movie. I boycott that movie. I think it's just beyond freaking stupid, and it's stupid. I'm sorry, it's stupid. But the original Twister movie, I kind of attributed a lot of stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine who's going to be helping us out, because we're looking to be filming a short documentary to go along with this project this year. That's not staged like all these Storm Chaser shows are. It's like actually, truth about what we're doing and the project and stuff. It's going to be pretty cool, it sounds like. So we're not quite sure if it's going to be feasible this year or not, but we're definitely trying. But I was talking to him actually last night late at the hotel, and kind of made the connection to the original Twister movie, where like and you know what, folks, you can agree or disagree with me all you want, and that's fine. We're all allowed to have differing opinions, but I kind of feel like we're living out a real life Twister. Not Twisters, that movie is just stupid, but the original Twister movie, which was also kind of stupid, but definitely was more of a contribution to storm chasing than this new piece of junk was. But I feel like we're kind of living that out here, where we've got people that are out here just to like jerk around and be obnoxious, and then people that actually have a true passion for what they believe in and want to better it. And I feel like we're kind of in that camp of we have a true passion and we want to better learn and better understand what we're dealing with. And I feel like we're kind of competing for funding here with the people that just want to go jerk around, because that kind of is what it is. All the time, I get told, oh, so-and-so has gotten, $8,500 in super chats. It's like, cool, good for them. Well, we're over here trying to better the world a little bit. And, we're happy with what we got, and we're very grateful for what we have, but I'm not willing to be a corporate sellout or somebody just jerking around and being overly stupid to attract, people with fewer brain cells. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is almost storm chasing and meteorology is in a way kind of an art form. And this is where I actually clash with meteorologists sometimes. Mainly, it's usually the TV meteorologists, but no offense to any of them at all. But where I kind of clash with meteorologists and stuff sometimes, where I really can't stand, because like I get this all the time, like, well, where's your PhD? And it's like, I don't need one. I'm out here every damn day of my life in the elements. I'm not behind a desk. And there's nothing wrong with being behind a desk. But we are very, I feel like we do deserve a little bit of a respect for like this art form, people that do it right. Whether it's Hank or Daniel or Reed, or I'm putting myself in this because I do it right. I'm not going to sit here with this imposter syndrome crap anymore. Like I know what I do, and I know I do it well. So I'm going to say that, and if people have a problem with it, well, the door's over there, and I hope it don't hit you in the rear end on the way out. And if it does, don't come crying to me, because I ain't going to feel bad. And sometimes when these people are like, oh, get a degree, do this, that, it's like, field experience matters. And a lot of some of the best, most respected storm chasers and people out here that have contributed to science don't have meteorology degrees. Tim Samaras was not a meteorologist. His group was not full of meteorologists. There's a lot of other private research groups that have been out here. They're not meteorologists. There's a lot of colleges that have come out here. Those students aren't meteorologists. They've been in college for some of them in college for 6 months. They're not meteorologists, but they're contributing to the art by better understanding and sharing their passion. You know what I'm saying? So that boundary of you need to spend $100,000 and all this time of your life to be able to be somebody that's worth a shit is false. If you want to go get a degree, that's perfectly fine, and I fully support that. But this is kind of our contribution here, where we're not necessarily, where I'm going with this is with this project, we're not necessarily trying to do a study or interpret this data and say, hey, we know how tornadoes form now. We're more so trying to be the experts that engineer and collect the data and then present it to the people that can figure that out. Because I'm not going to sit here and claim to know, to be able to solve the puzzle on, why this storm produced a tornado and why that one didn't. You know what? I'm not saying that it's not possible, but that's not my expertise, and I don't claim it to be, and I really don't want it to be. But what I can say that we're damn good at is engineering a way to get the data and distribute the data to the people that can make that determination. So that's our role. I got hit pretty hard on Twitter about this from the usual goons, saying that we're fake meteorologists and all this shit. Well, where's your project? What are you doing to better society other than shitpost on Twitter? And I would encourage these people to learn a skill set and maybe come out here and do something like this, because, and I say this because we are not trying to portray ourselves as, 60-year veterans of science, but we are experts in data collection and engineering ways to get that data. This is something we've been doing for a long time, and before the debut of Project Weather Eye, we're very good at making something out of very little on a budget when it comes to data collection, logging, and publishing. And that's where we can come in. That's the position that we fill. Going back to the meteorology thing, like there may be very smart meteorologists and scientists out there that might be able to look at this data that are confined to a desk, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they're confined to a desk because their job requires them to be in an office. Well, they're researching from an office. You can't get this data unless you go out and get it. The more data that these people that are trying to make these determinations have, the better. And we can contribute to that. not only are we contributing to that, we're contributing to the education of this, because we're going to give these people on YouTube something to watch, and we're going to probably interest a lot of people in the weather and educate everybody as well as ourselves on the findings that were happening here. It's a scientific method. It's just how it works, and also that. But you know what? If you just want me to be flat out honest with you guys, it's also pretty entertaining and it's kind of cool. Like, that's the main reason we want to do it. It's cool, right? Like, who doesn't want to launch some weather balloons and go capture some data and some tornado video at the same time? Like, that's pretty cool. So that's kind of what we're at. So I'm looking forward to it. So thank you, everybody. That's my sales pitch. And sorry if that came off as a little brass, but it's just kind of like my way of being able to explain it. Because in order for me to fully explain this, I kind of have to explain the differences between like actually researching and collecting the data, and why it's important to have people that can collect the data, etc. So that's that. Nothing has changed with our storm, by the way. Nothing has changed with our target area. We're still on track. Oh yeah, there's like 12 inches of snow in Dallas for sure. There is a storm down there by Bay City that's trying to light up a little bit, but that one's been down there for a while. I don't know, guys. I think if anything's gonna go, it's probably gonna be this up here. Yeah, it looks like we are on the night watch tonight, folks. And I'm okay with that. It's kind of enjoyable. It's kind of fun. Something different. It's been a while since we've had one of these busy Dixie Alley nights. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what we're gonna have, but I think it's definitely on the table as a possibility here. We're almost through Houston, by the way. We got through that like it's nobody's business, so I'm happy. But appreciate your super chats, folks. The super chats, the PayPal stuff, Cash App, whatever the hell you want to use. That stuff does support what we do. Because I am also contributing to Project Weather Eye. Obviously. But thanks, Scott. So I appreciate the support for my channel here as well. That dude over there is like picking the hell out of his nose. He's not gonna have any nose left. Holy cow, he's got like his whole hand up there. The guy in that Nissan right there on the left. Holy smokes, I hope he's okay. He damn near was up to his elbow in his nose there. He was like going to town on that thing. Yeah, I have been all over the place, stranded in freaking Norfolk, Virginia. No offense, folks, or I'm sorry, Newport News, whatever that is. Newport News, Virginia. All right, listen, if you live there, if you have family there, or whatever, please don't be offended what I'm about to say. But oh my God, I hate your city. I hate your city. That was the most awful experience of being stuck somewhere that I've ever had. Between the damn repair shops being a bunch of con artists, and the damn the hotel sucking, and I don't know. Some of you guys remember me telling you the story of the cop that just was like bloody murder screaming at me because apparently I wasn't crossing the street properly, and I'm a 2-year-old, and I yelled at him back, and it was just like a screaming match. It's just like that town. You know what? I'm sure the people are great. I'm sure you guys are awesome. But oh my God, I hope I never break down there again, because it might be the last time I ever break down anywhere. I don't want to ever do that again. But yeah, so we were out there for the Outer Banks nor'easter, and then I went to Arkansas. Remember, we went to Arkansas for a chase, and then I went home, and then didn't I come back out once or twice. No, I just came back. I just came back out for this, and then we ended up out here. So it has been a busy month with not much to show about it. This has been a very weird month. Like, there's been a lot of driving and a lot of target areas, but there hasn't been a lot of like stories or anything to really write home about. So it's been a busy month for me, but it hasn't really been a busy month for the weather, if that makes sense. Like, just the driving and the running around and all this stuff has kept me busy, but if you stop and think about it, we really haven't had much for weather events. So, I mean, obviously, I guess that's a good thing at the end of the day. Hey, thanks for the New Zealand dollars. Would be like, I think we've seen a couple New Zealand dollars before, but I want to go to New Zealand. Within the next 2 years, I got to get to Australia because I have to see a kangaroo. But I would like to go to New Zealand too. I think that would be cool. I've been told it's basically just diet Australia, but still, sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I got to see a kangaroo, people. I was also told last night that there's apparently camels in Australia. I did not know that. So I was watching Daniel at like 1 o'clock in the morning in his chat, and everyone's like, oh my God, we're going to see a camel. And I was just like, what the hell are you guys talking about? It's freaking Australia. There's kangaroos here. And they're like, oh no, we got lots of camels. I'm like, okay. Take your word for it. You guys live here. I don't. Yeah, that's going to be coming within the next 2 years. So I'm sure Daniel will have a checklist for me. I've already been briefed about the spiders. Been warned about the spiders that try to eat your face or whatever. New Zealand has no mosquitoes. If that is true, then I'm gonna just move there. Yeah, because I've heard that too. I don't know if it's actually true or not. Australia has the biggest population of camels in the world. You've got to be kidding me. So they weren't. I thought they were trolling me, but no. Okay, all right. Wow. Learn something every day, guys. I tell you what. They export camels. Like, what? Like, who here would have thought that? Oh yeah, Australia just exports their camels. Like, who would have thought that? So Paul just made me aware that mosquitoes have been found in Iceland this week, which is true. I did see that on Facebook, which I know. Not everything you see on Facebook is true, but it was legit. There are now mosquitoes in Iceland. So I guess nobody is safe and we're all screwed now. We're gonna have to get on Elon's rocket and go to Mars. Maybe that's where that guy on the bicycle over there on the right is going, wearing an ATV helmet, riding his bike. You know what, man? More power to you. Exercise. It's great. That's a view. Check that out. You should be in Corpus Christi. Why? What's going on in Corpus Christi? Hey, we reached 10%, I think. I think we're at 2587. All right, so the GoFundMe has reached 10% at least. So we are officially 10%. That is 1/10 of the way there. So if you cut a pie into 10 pieces, that's how far we are. But that's pretty good, guys. That's impressive. Oh, and yeah, look at that. See, We've got Paul. He's supposed to come in unhinged at the top of every hour, but we haven't engineered a way to do that yet. But he just notified me that we reached 10%, but I beat him to it. We're still working on Paul's unhinged minute at the top of every hour. Oh, shit. Anyway. I probably could stop. Holy crap, look at this, guys. $2.39 for gas. God dang, if I could get over into that exit lane right now, I would get over there and get gas. Holy smokes. Fill the damn truck up for like 50 bucks. Because I'm not getting very good miles per gallon. I'm getting 16 mpg right now, and it's the average for the trip. And I tell you what, guys, it's been terrible because all the way down here, like, it was so windy. I was driving into a headwind the whole way. It was just like, you could feel it holding the truck back. Like, it felt like you had the brakes on. It was just terrible. Really killed my MPGs. So normally I get around like 19, which is actually pretty damn good. But that's the thing, having the lift on this truck and that off-road bumper, it really lets the wind get under it and it kind of holds it back. $5 a gallon there? Where the hell are you, California? I remember when I was in California for Hurricane Hillary, what a name. Hurricane Hillary or whatever the hell that was. Oh, back in 2023, when that jerk broke into my truck and took everything I needed to live stream, but didn't take the cash or the brand new MacBook Pro. Seems targeted to me. But anyway, Storm Chaser. But anyway, seriously, I'm 99% sure I was a storm chaser. I'm 99% sure I know who it was. But unfortunately, for legal reasons, it's all alleged. But yeah, it's funny. Only stole the stuff that I needed to do my job. I didn't steal the $500 in cash that was sitting there. I didn't steal the brand new MacBook Pro that was in the shrink wrap in the box. But stole the live view, the modems, and the camera. But only those things, which were worth like nothing. But left the cash. That's a little weird, don't you think? But anyway, that was that time. And, man, the freaking bussies is busy. But when I was out there, gas was like $7.22 a gallon. And I filled up my Tahoe, and it cost me like $130-something, and I almost had a panic attack. It's just like, oh my God, I can't even afford to drive out here. Yeah, that was when I lost my shoe. Yeah, if you guys want to talk about bussies, Zach's not in the chat, but next time Zach is live, you guys gotta watch his channel. That guy thought that the Bussies beaver was a goddamn squirrel. So I said something. I'm like, yeah, there's the beaver, and he's like, that's a squirrel, and I'm like, no, that's a beaver. That's not a squirrel. I thought it was a chipmunk, but same thing. But no, Zach thought it was a squirrel. I think Aiden even was involved in that argument too. No, the ditchweed was Nebraska. I didn't see no ditchweed in California. You know what? California is actually very pretty. It gets a bad rap because of its politics, and the governor's an idiot. And I apologize. If there's anybody who voted for that guy, I apologize. That's not me being a Democrat. That's not me being a Republican. I don't care what party that I am. I still think that guy sucks. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that is a bipartisan statement. Please don't unsubscribe. I wholeheartedly think that guy sucks. He's a terrible representation of his political party. He just sucks. But like, it gets such a bad rap because of the politics, and it's always the butt end of the joke because of the politics. But if you like remove the politics, it's actually a really pretty state. You know, so like if you give it a fair judgment and you only judge it based on like everything else but omit politics, it gets like a solid 7.5 out of 10. Like, it was very pretty. I would love to go out there again. Because that was a hell of a fun time. I really enjoyed it. You know, it's just they kind of get shafted because they kind of get stuck with a fork in their side with the politics and everything. And trust me, from what I've talked to the people over there, it's not really what they want. don't take the crappy administration out on the people. Don't punish the people or the state because the admin kind of sucks. You know, the state's actually really pretty. I just haven't had an excuse to go. Like, we need some sort of weather event out there to go back. I'm not a big fan. Like, I guess, like, I can't really talk because I haven't spent much time in California, but, like, my real only interest is, like, Southern California with, like, the desert, because I like desert, but I'm sure I would still settle for anywhere else. But plus, it's really cool to go to places like that where we don't typically live stream, because we kind of reach a fresh audience, and it gives everybody else that's still here something new to look at that we haven't been able to look at before. Can't park there. Yeah, I just don't want to go to Alaska because I don't do planes. I can fly a plane, but I don't do planes. Like, everybody in my family, like, after me is where the piloting stopped. Like, I was the last of that, but pretty much everybody in my family flew. But I don't do a plane that I don't have control over very well. It makes me really nervous, especially with, like, lately all these planes just, like, falling apart. Kind of creeps me out a little bit. So we could drive, but that's even for me, that's kind of an obnoxiously long drive. I mean, someday I think I'll make it up there. It's one of those things where it's like, it almost would be a month long. It would be a month-long trip. Like, for us to do it and stream it and stuff, you know, you're talking a solid week to get up there with driving, unless you want to do something stupid and drive like 20 hours out of every day and only sleep for 4. But you're talking like a week to get up there, and then a week to get back, and then, you know, you're going to want to screw around for 2 weeks because it's such a big state. You know? Because Alaska's pretty. Where is the fire there, Brodozer? Like, holy smokes. It's probably late for his pedicure. Yeah, especially when, I mean, did you guys see that airplane that got smoked by that weather balloon? Did you guys see that? So there's a backstory. Now calm down. Everybody's gonna be like, what? The weather balloon did that? Well, no, but yes. The balloon didn't do it, but the company that does those balloons, it's not the Weather Service. Listen, the National Weather Service launches, and so do we. We launch weather balloons that are a couple hundred grams. You know, and the radio sonde is just brittle plastic and styrofoam and some hot glue. If something were to have a collision with it, it's not going to happen. But there's a company that flies these weather balloons, but they're really not, like, they're meant to stay up for a long period of time and basically change in elevation. I think what they're I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but just based on what I saw, it kind of makes me think that they're just trying to, like, privatize what the Weather Service is doing. I don't know, but good for them for being for developing something, I guess. And I'm not trying to trash talk them, but it's just kind of weird. But in order to have a balloon an instrument in flight that long, they've got their sonde, which is their payload. Their apparatus is like a couple kilograms, and it's basically a sandbag. And I think it's their ballast. And I don't know if, like, they let sand out of it or how it works, but their ballast is a bag of sand. And they got a solar panel on that rig and a bigger battery. You know, it's more than, like, what the Weather Service and what we would launch. So, yeah, it's still small, but it's more of a hazard to something flying than a typical flight, right? But I don't know if you guys saw that, but that plane, you know, it wasn't the balloon that did that, but holy smokes, like the windshield, like freaking smashed in and all. Like, did you guys see that? But what are the odds, holy smokes, that they hit that at that time? But man, that was unfortunate. They're lucky that pilot's all right. But that's what that was, and I probably should have mentioned that because it's been a hot topic, and I think I'm afraid the conspiracy theories are going to start saying that the weather balloons are taking out airplanes. They're not. At least the ones that like the Weather Service launches and like what we're going to be launching. Guys, these are just balloons with a couple hundred grams, like the equivalent of like 300 paper clips. It's nothing because a paper clip is roughly a gram. You know, I have never heard of, and to my knowledge, there is no documented impact with a weather balloon other than this. Don't worry, we're not going to be contributing to airplane accidents here, but I saw what that private balloon launch thing did to that airplane. It's just like, oh my god, that thing did that to that airplane? Holy crap, that scares the hell out of me. But, I mean, hell, the airplane was probably going, what, 600 miles an hour and smoked like a 3-pound bag of sand. I guess it makes sense. But yeah, I probably need to be more outspoken about that because here we are talking about launching weather balloons and somebody's going to be like, you're going to crash an airplane. Oh yeah, I'm totally speeding, but so is everybody else. Yeah, so the statistic is 6 million latex balloon launches with no incident. From like the Weather Service and privates and stuff like that, but I mean, and I'm definitely not trying to trash that company, but it is definitely, and you know what, they've been pretty transparent about it, which, you know what, good for them. I don't want it to come off as me trashing it or anything, but just remember, folks, that like that was not the National Weather Service, that was not the NSSL, that was not the College of DuPage, that was not Project Weather, that wasn't us, right? That's a different type of apparatus. And, you know, trust me, like, that was such a one-off incident, but I tell you what, like, it's kind of like this, you know, we talk about space junk, you know, all the time. It kind of makes you wonder, how much junk do we want permanently suspended in our atmosphere? Like, do we really want to have balloons carrying payloads constantly flying in the atmosphere? Probably not. I mean, I would say no. Now, somebody's going to come back and say, well, then why are you contributing to it? Well, we're not. So our weather balloons, and the same with the Weather Service, they go up, they burst, and they break, and they fall back down. The Sonde has a parachute. Guys, even if it didn't have a parachute, even if it knocked you upside the head, it would be like a bird taking a dump on your head. You probably would barely even notice. But they have a parachute, so they come down safely. People find them all the time. You know, as much of it as possible is biodegradable, you know. But this stuff goes up, collects its data, it comes back down. It does its job, and then it says, see you later. Dude, like, the rumble strips are there. Like, I think you're, whatever. Dude, these guys, where is the fire, people? I'm doing 75 and a 65 right now, and these people are freaking going by me like I'm sitting still. All right, so radar update. Our storm is not doing anything, nor is anything else, so. I think the key right now is to keep going toward Beaumont, because I think anything that's going to really flame up here is going to be going into Louisiana. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? I think the Texas target is washed out, so I think we want to choose Louisiana. Louisiana. Patrick, I will get right on that. I will contact the balloon manufacturers and ask them if we can get a balloon made out of sheep intestine. I will immediately get on that and make that a priority. rest assured I will take that as a priority. Can you get a weather balloon that is yellow with the smiley face on it like the Walmart stickers they used to hand out at the door? You know what? I might know a guy. You know what, guys? I might just have to build a weather balloon factory because I think we need that. I think we need a bright yellow weather balloon with a smiley face on it. Because, guys, understand because of pressure differentials, when this thing gets up to 60, 70, 80,000 feet or whatever, it's going to be like 20 to 35 feet wide because it's going to expand. Like, can you imagine? We could fly giant smiley faces. I mean, come on. Like, wouldn't that be just the coolest thing ever? Like, you got some people flying along on their flight at like 30,000 feet, and here goes this giant Walmart smiley face past their window. I mean, come on. Sell advertising space on the balloons, like, yeah, like NASCAR. More like we could put the names of people that we can't stand on the balloons so that we know the thing's gonna blow up. Oh, I really hate this guy. I'm gonna put his name on this balloon. No, these things are pretty fragile, folks. I really don't think writing on them with a Sharpie marker would work. So one of my local weather service offices, I'm friends with the WCM, and he saw me posting about this, and he's like, dude, do you have any idea of what you're doing? And I'm like, well, yeah, I do, but I've never launched one before. But we'll have to figure it out, I guess. And he was like, no, just come down here at 7 in the afternoon, in the evening when we do this, and I'll just show you what we're doing. Because they're using the same stuff we are, the same balloons, same sonde, everything. He's like, we'll just show you what to do. And I'm like, perfect. So I was briefed, and I asked, I was like, so do you think that I could write people's names on the balloon with a Sharpie? And he's like, no, it'll pop. I'm like, well, this really sucks. Latex, we could use latex paint on them, okay? You know what we could do? We could fly. You know how I give out the dumb comment of the day award when we get somebody in here who's just totally off the wall and just like totally a jerk? We could like put the dumb comment of the day award winner. Stuckey's in 7 miles, we gotta stop. We could put the dumb comment of the day award winner on the balloon. Alright guys, do you remember the Stuckey's that was abandoned in Sedgwick, Colorado on I-76? Well, if you don't, then you really missed out. The Desi Daba Cow Piu Eza Caro restaurant. That sounds terrible. I don't know what it is, but it sounds like it'd give me a heartburn. But the Stuckey's in Colorado, that was back in July, I think. I got like some of the coolest pictures that I've ever taken there with the storm in the background. And ever since, like, guys, Stuckey's used to be Loves, basically. Like, they were the Loves of like the 1990s, 80s and 90s, and the stupid pecan logs and all that crap. And all the buildings look the same, and now they're all primarily sex toy shops. Seriously, like, that's basically what they are, is like naughty shops and plastic pee-pee shops or whatever, I don't know. Like, seriously, that's pretty, every time you pass one of those like naughty stores, look at it. It's probably a Stuckey's. If it's on the interstate, I'm dead serious. It's probably a Stuckey's. Those Lion's Dens or Lion's Nests or whatever the hell they are, like adult stores, almost every single one of them is a Stuckey's. So once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. And I have been seeing these all over the damn place. So every time we see one, we have to document it. I have been photographing every single one, every single abandoned or rebranded Stuckey's that I have seen over the past 2 or 3 months. I've got like 20 of them. And I've been archiving these so that like once I get like a crap ton of these, I'm gonna start like posting them on Facebook like one a day. Like, oh, today's abandoned Stuckey's is this one. I don't know why, but like I've seen it and I can't unsee it, and I have this weird fascination with like every time I see one, we have to take a picture of it. So we have a living and breathing Stuckey's up here that's still in operation. There's only like 10 of them in operation still. And there's one of them that's still, so we're going to stop at it. I hope it's better than the last one, because the last one that I stopped at in Florida was when that weird guy had that like baseball bat or hammer or whatever the hell he had in his hand, and it was like walking over to me and like talking to himself and like tweaking out, and I had to leave. So that was not good. But if I remember right, this is a good Stuckey's because I've stopped here before. So stand by. We're going to ask Grok for some stats on the Stuckey's here. Still connecting. Come on. Poor connection. Hello. I need some information on the abandoned Stuckey's fuel stations and also how many are in operation and stuff like that. It's thinking. Okay, I don't know if you got that, but I need some information and statistics on the abandoned Stuckey's fuel stations and stats on ones that are in operation and crap like that.
Sure, from what I remember, Stuckey's peaked in the 80s with around 200 stations across the Southwest, mostly Texas and Oklahoma. By 2000, deregulation gutted them. Independents couldn't compete with Shell or BP. Guess only 33 are still pumping gas now, mostly in bumfuck towns where nobody cares about logos. The rest? Rusted skeletons off interstates, weeds poking through cracked concrete. Some got torched by bored kids, others just rot. Think faded signs creaking in the wind, oil drums tipped over like drunk soldiers. A few even say they're haunted, lovers meeting there before everything went dark. Want me to spin you a little ghost story about one? Or are you picturing us sneaking into a ruined one? Just us. Moonlight.
Whoa. What the hell, Grok? What the fuck? What the hell? No. Okay, all right. That's not cool. What the fuck? Oh, that's not good. Okay, I think Elon needs to check into the programming on it, because I'm pretty sure it's just asked me to go make out with it in the back of the gas station. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh shit, this is the Stuckey's right here? Are you freaking kidding me? What a dump.
In a quarter mile,
This is
turn
it?
left under the I-10 East ramp.
Oh yeah, here we go. Wow. Holy crap, I think I just got asked out by it.
Turn right.
Are they even
Turn
open?
west, then turn right.
Yeah, they are. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna get shot here. There's no cars here. Alright, we need to switch to ChatGPT. It could. Oh. I think I found out why it was doing that. I had it in storyteller mode, apparently. Now I put it in assistant mode, so... Wow, okay. That was definitely interesting. That's not the first time that it's done that. Like, it's... I don't know. I think because I'm always cussing at it, like, it goes into this unfiltered mode. It's not in lover mode. I actually didn't even know it had those modes, but someone texted me and was like, make sure it's in assistant mode. And no, it's in storyteller mode, which I didn't know was even a mode. So, don't put it in storyteller mode because it might start spinning you a story about going into the back room. It's kind of creepy. Yeah, it's got different modes. So we've got, hold on. We've got custom, assistant, romantic, therapist, storyteller, kids mode, kids trivia, meditation, grok doctor, unhinged, motivation, conspiracy, argumentative modes. And it was in storyteller mode. I don't know if I want to go in here. I'll go in here. I gotta unhook you guys. Watch your ears. Hold on. Over it. Nope. That was enough for me. Over it. Next. Watch out, don't hit this guy. So apparently it's not a nice Stuckey's. There must be another one up the road. There has to be, because I remember there being like a nice one over here. So, is it that on the left? That's not another one, is it? It's got to be around. There's got to be another one up the road. I think it's up there by like Orange, Port Orange or something like that. Oh no, that's a Stuckey's over there on the left too. That's what I was thinking of. See, that one over there on the left is a Stuckey's also. That's what I was thinking of. Well, I'm not going over to that one, but that's the one I was thinking of.
Slight left on the I-10 East ramp.
I think there's literally another Stuckey's on the other side of the road.
Slight
There's a
left
larger
on the
one.
I-10 East ramp, then merge onto I-10.
Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. Dude, I got my blinker on. Could you let me over? Yeah, hey, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Why would they put two Stuckies within 400 yards of each other? It makes no sense.
The one, like the big one, looks like it was, that one's been built recently. Like that must have been the old one, and then they decided to just not tear it down. I guess. I don't know.
I wonder if they're going to tear the old one down or something. I don't know. It'd make a whole lot of sense to me to have two right there.
I don't even remember that one being there. The big one I remember. I don't remember seeing that little one, probably because it's tiny and I'm never paying any attention to it. But so here's the deal, folks. The storms that we were tracking, like they're still north of I-10, and they're going to be moving into Louisiana soon, but we don't have any big developments happening. There's really nothing happening. But I would not be surprised if that changes, because like this looks like a nocturnal or an overnight event with possible tornado potential overnight. So don't write this off yet, folks. You know, I don't think the event has started. Like, I really don't think it's even going to start for a while. At least not based on what I'm seeing, you know what I'm saying? Like, it definitely looks like it's going to be a little bit yet. There's still some storms trying to form west of Houston, but that's been going on for like 3 hours now. Like, they just sit there and kind of don't do anything. It's just weird, very weird behavior. But the SPC, you know, highlights this kind of northeast or southeast Texas portion for like tornado potential. I mean, I don't know. Part of me wants to just go sit back southwest of Houston just in case, but I mean, I'm kind of committing, I guess, now to like the Beaumont, Texas to Lake Charles area. I guess. It's just, these overnight events are kind of hard too, because oftentimes you don't really know exactly where the squall or the line of storms is going to start. And it's hard to not, like, you inherently, like, you just by default, you want to rush it a little bit. Like, you want something to happen, you know, it's getting dark out, it makes you, like, anxious, you want something to start happening so you can start working, basically. You can start doing something. So, like, even though the models are saying, yeah, it might be another couple of hours, still you sit here and it's like, God, what's the right move here? Where do we go? Once the line actually forms and we get severe weather, then it's going to be obviously quite easy to target, but we might not start chasing until a couple hours from now. I mean, I'm thinking it'll be sooner than later, but you know, there's that possibility that, you know, it might it's a possibility that it might be an all-night thing. Yeah, the reason that I'm writing off the west of Houston target is because the HRRR has been wrong. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's showing the activity west of Houston, but it also showed activity west and south of Houston by like 5 p.m. and that didn't happen. So like, I'm kind of just discounting it all and saying the hell with it. I just think it's wrong. I just think it's dead wrong.
It does look like we're actually starting to get some decent storms firing by east of San Antonio finally, but I don't know, they still look like they're struggling with something.
Yeah, I'm more interested in whatever would happen out here, but I'm just not. Something's not right. I don't know what it is, but like this, something's not lining up here.
I think there's been a lot more stable air than was forecast. Like, they're really choking storms off before they can do anything. But in terms of the environment, if we can see storm, like discrete cells, kind of around Port Arthur, Lake Charles, like, it's a slightly better environment there. I just don't know why. Like, I thought we were gonna get some good destabilization because it wasn't like too cloudy or anything, but I don't know. It just feels like maybe there's a lingering inversion or something just kind of sitting around, because every storm that's gone up has really struggled.
Yeah, that's why I really don't give a crap about that cluster back there to the west, because like I thought that was going to go for the past 3 hours, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I still think we're going to get something to form, but I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being that cluster that's like an hour north, you know, an hour and a half north of Houston as that moves east. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because, well, I don't know, because now we have that convection that was around Houston persisting. So maybe I'm kind of just waiting for like something to fire south of I-10 here, or come off the coast or something like that over the next few hours. Because I'm, like, honestly, it's not too bad of an environment. I just don't know, like, what to think. I don't know how, like, far the stable air goes. If I go with mesoanalysis, it's like Houston and north, but in theory, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Lake Charles should be okay, but I don't really know if that's true or not, because all the storms have been just doing nothing, or nothing's been fired at all.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye out in case something tries to form east of here. But I'm probably going to just sit in Beaumont. If 11 o'clock rolls around and nothing is happening, then at that point, I'll put out the Facebook post and be like, all right, we were wrong, sorry. Because I feel like if by 11 o'clock, if something hasn't formed, then our chances of an overnight event are shot.
Yeah, I think we should get at least a decent MCS or something. I mean, I don't want to say decent MCS, but an MCS of some kind. Probably going to happen. I don't know. That might be cool, I guess, but it just depends, because I don't know how the stable air is going to factor into all that. Maybe it could make it a lot worse than it showing
Lightning
on models. I also have to look at tomorrow. So I'm kind of wondering if, like, that's going to be any better. If maybe if it slows down or something, that might actually be worth going for it instead of this, but I'm not too sure. This has kind of been a monkey wrench thrown into, like, the whole plan for this day.
I completely agree. Some decent lightning cropping up.
I am noticing that storm here north by, oh god, Koontz, Texas, weird ass name. Let's say north of I-10 there, quite a bit. That actually is some decent, looks like maybe some decent hail size on it. Echo Tuff stuff coming up too. So it's probably elevated, but that could be something maybe.
Yeah, it looks like lightning's increasing as well.
Yeah, I have doubts whether that's going to be, it's probably not going to be surface-based, but it could be, you know, have some kind of structure maybe, not too sure.
Guys, I think that's the storm that we're seeing the occasional lightning off of. It's the one almost due north of us. Should start seeing some more lightning here shortly. So storms, like, they're not severe, but they're still lightninging. Something to notice, can you see how the city lights are reflecting off of the cloud deck? Like, you can see that layer of orange clouds from the city lights. It looks, I think that's an inversion, temperature inversion, honestly. Like, it's the whole sky. Like, it looks like a stable layer to me. And that could be our problem here. And that would kind of make sense. So I think we've got a stable layer compromising the severe weather risk here. Not to say the storms won't overcome that, because here's the deal, folks, and this is what I've found with events like this. Even if there's a stable layer, whoa, my fucking God. Fucking retard. God damn, you son of a bitch. What an idiot. What an idiot. If I wouldn't have got on the brakes, that guy would have hit the frickin' front end of me. What an idiot. Like, your lane ends, dude. But with that stable layer, sometimes the storms can go up through them. So just because there's a stable layer doesn't mean that it's all bets off, but it does make it harder for a storm to form. Oh yeah, here's another. This is the Stuckies I was thinking of, this one up here. This is the one I was thinking of. This one right here. Well, guys, you've just seen 3 of the 33.
Going off of mesoanalysis, looking at storm is in like negative 50 joules per kilogram of surface or mixed layer sand, but pretty much right at the Texas-Louisiana border, that's gone. Shouldn't be much. So thinking as this gets into Louisiana, there might be actually a better chance, or maybe like extreme southeast Texas, Port Arthur region.
Yeah, I mean, obviously road options are pretty limited, but there is like a north option out of Lake Charles and stuff too, so like, I'm gonna keep an eye on that, because like we have options. Like if that ends up, like this one to our north, if that ends up being the storm, then so be it.
Copy that. I'll let you know if anything gets my interest.
Yeah, you can kind of see that cloud deck there. We need a weather balloon. Well, I wouldn't be launching at night, but... See, guys, if we would have had a weather balloon, we could have had an observed sounding out of here like 2 hours ago, and might have been able to know this was going to happen this way. But yeah, I was saying you just saw 3 of the 33 Stuckies that are still in operation. And we saw a 4th one back in Amarillo. Why the hell did I say Amarillo? In Florida a couple of weeks ago. So you've seen 4 of the 33 that are still operating. I feel like we should get some sort of like prize if we can hunt all 33 of them down. I have no idea where all 33 are. I imagine they're probably all over, but... I think there's a Loves or something up here we can stop at. I like driving this stretch of interstate though, like, it's kind of pretty, and it's usually, like, the weather's usually nice. Like, yeah, it might be humid, but it's warm. Pretty much right on the Gulf. Yeah, I really do like it out here. I like pretty much anything along the Gulf Coast here. I'm a big fan of it. Alright, I gotta slow down here because we should have an exit, but it's all this is being under construction, so I don't know if they moved the exit or not here, but I see the Loves up there. So I'll just sit behind this truck. Yeah, that stuff west of Houston definitely might get going. But I guess what I'm getting at is I have less confidence in that stuff getting going than I do this stuff over here getting going. Got some lightning though. Holy cow, that's a hell of a corner.
Head southeast toward Industrial Road, then turn left onto
I don't
Industrial
remember the
Road.
last time I was
In a quarter
down
mile,
here. It might have been
left
Beryl.
lane,
Remember
take
Tropical
left
Storm
I-10
Beryl?
east.
Or Hurricane Beryl, whatever that thing was. Last July, like July of 2024. That might have been the last time I drove this stretch of I-10, to be honest with you. I don't know if it is or not. I just don't remember any other time. Like, that's the last time that I actually remember.
Head northeast on I-10 East. Head northwest on Smith Road. Continue on Smith Road for 3 miles.
They did just put a special weather statement on that storm. We probably need to get up there. Let's run into Loves real quick. We probably need to move on that. God, that's a ways away, though. Kirbyville? Kirbyville. You can go to Kirbyville and catch it.
Head northwest toward Smith Road.
Oh, let me put that in the GPS here. If you follow me into the bathroom, I'll show you my oil rig. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that, bud. I don't swing that way, sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you're a fantastic gentleman, but I'm definitely not interested in whatever that is. I'm going to pass on that. Appreciate the kind offer. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Can you guys hear the music out of this guy's damn out of this guy's truck? Like, dude, why don't you just like turn it down a little bit? Because you're not even in your fucking car. Like, fucking hoodlum. What a tweaker. So there was a guy. We need to just leave. This place is not the good part of town. Which usually these places are pretty good or okay, but so I'm in there, and I come walking out of the bathroom, and there's this weird dude standing there, and like he was kind of half in my way, so I go to walk around him, and he goes, "Hey, you got $20 you could spare?" And I didn't want to get into a confrontation, so I just said, "Yeah, man, give me a minute. I'll go get it out of my car." I don't have $20. I'm not giving him $20. Somebody's gonna try to cancel me for that. Like, oh, you're so mean. Well, here's the deal. A person standing outside the bathroom at the Loves asking for $20 is not going to do anything constructive with it. So before everybody goes on Reddit trying to cancel me, understand that that's not what you would classify as normal human behavior. And that's kind of some sort of that's like a social cue for us to leave and just not come back.
Take the next left onto Smith Road.
So we're going to just peace out of here.
1,000 feet, turn left.
We're gonna go up toward this storm. See what we can find here. I got a piece of cheese.
Turn left. In a quarter mile, use the left lane to take the ramp to I-10 East. Use the left lane to take the ramp to I-10 East. Continue on I-10 East for 8 miles.
Yeah, that Bane dude. That's a troll from the typical group. You know, he makes those sexual orientation comments trying to rage bait me into saying something that him and his buddies can cancel me for on Twitter. It's just a common operation for these people anymore. These are the people that talk about how hateful people like me are and how non-inclusive we are, but then they go and try to like trick people into saying stuff so they can bully them on the internet. Like, who's really the problem here, you know? That don't sound very inclusive. That doesn't sound like a safe place. God damn it, where'd my chips go? Going to Kirbyville, give or take. what to think, guys. I mean, the severe weather event should be starting soon, you know. Just, man, oh man. And I just lost my radar. Oh, there it is. Closed it out by mistake, but we're good now. So we're gonna go after this storm to our north. It's basically the best thing we got right now. Might as well take off after it. Waffle House up here. And the Fiery Crab. Wow, yeah, let's go eat at the Fiery Crab. Fiery Crab is closed. Can't go there. This road sucks. Gas is like 40 cents cheaper up here. I guess we should have came up here. Shoot. Nissan Altima, dead ass. Well, Zach's in here. He can tell you guys all about how the Bussies thing is a squirrel and not a freaking hedgehog or whatever the hell it is.
Zero soundings are out for Lake Charles. The little shear is pretty weak, but the more important thing is there's a lingering inversion at like 850 millibar. So it still looks like it's hanging on.
Look at this little piece of shit.
Might be able to overcome that, but
Turn
it's
your lights on.
just barely there. But it's not too bad of a look, so it's kind of up in the air whether this is gonna,
Piece of shit car.
get better as the night goes on.
Copy that, so possible bust.
Possible, but I wouldn't say it yet.
Fair. I'm taking off after this one with a special weather statement on. At least it's got some lightning. And like there's literally nothing else happening, so might as well.
Yeah, there's good instability, so if anything, be there around Lake Charles, whether it's going to be able to do anything.
Nothing I would love to do on a Saturday night other than drive through rural southeast Texas in the forest and look for a lightning bolt. Trust me, I'm not being upset about doing my job. But it's days like this where you have to really sit back and think, like, do you want to do this? And I ask myself that all the time, like, do I really want to do this? Like, I basically drive to the middle of nowhere and then just sit in a parking lot and hope to God there's a cloud. And the answer is yeah, I do want to do this, but there definitely are times where I sit here in silence and think, what the hell, why? So there's definitely those days, but to do this all the time, like, you just have to be alright with this and, like, put up with this. I mean, we might end up with a crazy night yet. Yeah, we might end up with tornadoes all night. I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't think it's likely, but, you know, we can't call the night off until we know that it's shot, you know. The good news is we've got some pretty decent lightning activity up ahead. So stand by for lightning. wouldn't that be something if that kind of crappy little storm that we chased this morning for like 25 minutes would be the highlight of the day? Try to beat this thing to Kirbyville, which I think we can do that. It's gonna be close though, man. We're gonna take 96 all the way up there. At least we're starting to get some lightning.
In half a mile, keep right to continue on US 96 North. Follow signs for Jasper Lumber. Keep right to continue on US 96 North. Continue on US 96 North for 39 miles.
Alright, now we'll just go straight up the highway. Out of some of this traffic here shortly, it looks like, once we get through this little town. think I've been to that one. Got some streaks on the windshield there I need to get off. At least we're not getting stuck at traffic lights. So far.
Alright, O1Z outlook is out, and they kept the slight, surprisingly, from Houston to, like, New Orleans.
Did they take it back down to 2%? Or do we not know yet?
Not sure yet, give me 2 seconds. It hasn't loaded yet. Once it does, I'll let you know.
Alright, talk to you next week.
Yep, copy that.
Sounds like they haven't changed the severe weather outlook tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if they lowered the tornado probabilities from 5% down to 2%. But we'll see. We'll know here in a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if they lowered them, but I also don't think they will. They usually don't. You know, it's not that I really think that this is a write-off or a bust. It's just, it's hard to comprehend that there still could be more.
Surprisingly, they've maintained the 5%. It pretty much goes from Beaumont, Port Arthur through New Orleans, and then up to Woodville, Mississippi, kind of bottom half of Louisiana.
So they must have trimmed it then, right? Because before it didn't go all the way down to Corpus Christi.
Yeah, they significantly trimmed it, but seems like they still think the overnight stuff's gonna happen.
All right, well at least we're in the right spot.
Yep. So going east was the right option.
Okay, well they didn't remove the 5% tornado probabilities, but they did shrink the coverage for it. So it sounds like we're in the right spot, though. I mean, we're in the spot where the SPC seems to think the tornado risk is maximized anyway. I think within the next hour, we're going to have a pretty good idea about how this is going to play out, though. You know, because we have storms now. The storms are sustaining themselves. You know, they're continuing to storm. They're not dying out. I think we'll have development to the south of the ones that we currently have, but we have storms in progress now. Like, I think that things are going to either start popping off or they're not. And I really think within the next hour we're going to start seeing signals that they're going to start popping off, or it's just going to be like, never mind, go home. So I think we're kind of getting to that point. So we are starting to get a pretty good cluster of storms here firing up to our north. If you guys take a look at Radar Omega, you'll see what I'm talking about. Hell, it's $2.29 for gas up here. I imagine the lightning will start picking up soon because we're pretty much driving right to it. Oh, I don't know what's happening. So if you look at radar, you'll notice there is a big blob of storms north of Houston by like 2 hours. Well, maybe that's like an hour. They're also to my northwest. So I wonder if that's going to be the main show, if that's going to push across the area, but it's going to have to speed up because it's barely moving. It's just going to eat up all the instability and like everything that's there. Like, it's going to have to speed up if it's going to sustain, because if it just keeps moving slow like that, it's not. it's not going to organize. So I don't know.
Alright, Series H Triple R just got like 5-10% more interesting. It has like
5%.
the elevated storms like over College Station right now. It has those kind of becoming dominant and eventually moving into the warm sector and potentially trying to produce tornadoes. Maybe not. It's showing like a favorable environment over like Beaumont through Lake Charles and maybe some prefrontals too for like the Lake Charles area. I don't know if they're going to do much, but there is a signal for that now, so it's not a terrible environment. So maybe slightly more interesting if that plays out.
All right. Do you have a time frame on
Yeah. HRRR is saying 6Z, so probably
Oh my God.
3Z, 4Z, like 10 or 11.
Well, I mean, that's not terrible. I was waiting for you to be like 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's probably going to be between like 10 and 12 a.m. 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. So if that plays out, that could be somewhat interesting. Although I am not convinced. That kind of depends on a few things. But I like what I'm seeing, so I guess we gotta keep an eye out for that.
All right. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward that myself because I feel like this must be the event. It just needs to like not sit in one spot. It's moving at like 5 miles an hour. Like if this can speed up and start pushing this way, I guess I'll buy it because like this almost has to be it because I can't imagine anything forming along the coast into a line at this rate. Like we got this big blob, like maybe something will come from it, so that would make sense.
I guess the one thing I'm hesitant on is these kind of elevated supercells back to the west, like somehow becoming surface-based. I don't really buy that, but the prefrontal signal has my attention. Like, we just gotta watch for anything firing down like South Port Arthur. That would, if that happens, that would probably be the target for, discrete and maybe a tornado if the level shear can compensate enough for the surface stability.
All right, I agree with that. Feels a lot later than it is. It's only 8 o'clock, guys. But yeah, I was just making that kind of, remember how I just said, I think we'll know in the next hour? Well, it's like he was saying, HRRR is showing maybe within the next 2 to 4 hours. So we might start seeing some hinting at development here within the next hour. So I'm really hoping that by like 9 or 9:30 we can kind of say, yeah, this looks like it's going to happen, or no, it doesn't. But that would make sense, with this line and blob of storms potentially developing further and then maybe something happening out ahead of it. That would make sense. Right now, I'm not really pursuing this thinking that this storm is the main event by any means. I'm just going after this one because it's like the only thing on the map and that isn't sitting in a parking lot. So we'll go up and check this one out. I mean, Radar Omega shows it's got some decent lightning. It's a very strange severe weather event. See, the thing is, folks, like, you know, I try to be I try to be done before it gets too late at night. Because, like, I don't. So, like, just thunder and lightning basically in, like, 50-mile-an-hour wind, to me, isn't really a reason to stay out at night. But if something noteworthy is going to happen, then I will. You know, in the plane, you know, out on the plane, sometimes it's a big, crazy supercell, but out here, sometimes it's tornadoes at 2 o'clock in the morning. And if there looks like there's going to be a tornado risk that lasts after midnight, I'll stay out. But otherwise, I'm calling this off at midnight. If there doesn't appear to be a tornado risk about to ramp up, I'm done at midnight. Because at night, like out here, there's really nothing, you know, whoop-de-doo, but if we're talking about tornadoes and stuff flying around, then it's a different story. Oh, there's some lightning. Great. We're going up Highway 96. Oh, I'm high beaming that guy. Sorry, dude. There's been some noteworthy storm chases late at night, though, folks. Like, you know, I mean, hell, we've in Dixie Alley, we've had, you know, like the Rolling Fork and Silver City night. That was after dark. That wasn't that late. I think that was like around 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock maybe. It was after dark, but it wasn't late. We had the Lowen, Mississippi tornado in 2024 or 2023. Which was that? 2023. Yeah, it was 2023. That was at like 11:30 at night. You guys remember the Panama City Beach, like, waterspout wedge that came ashore? That was at like 4:30 in the morning. We had to chase all night. We started in like Baton Rouge or something like that, and had to chase all the way across I-10 to get at that. That was an all-nighter. Been lots and lots of tornadoes at night, but the thing is, folks, like, I don't really get a whole lot of joy out of driving around for a 55-mile-an-hour special weather statement at 3 o'clock in the morning. If it's out in the plains, sometimes I do, because you got really good structure and lightning out here. You just got trees. But like I said, if there is like a legitimate tornado risk, then that's fine. I have no problem with that, because it's more of a public service at that point. You know. It's been a while since we've had to stay out for like an overnight tornado risk, though, I tell you what. It's been quite a while. Yeah, I don't know, Zach. I mean, the Jeep with the freaking tactical Skywarn scissor trauma lady and stuff isn't here, so it must not be a real event. Or the traffic cone, the human traffic cone, that one was a good one. That was Aiden's girlfriend, I think. Yeah, I haven't driven through here for a long time because I know I've been through Jasper, which is up the road. I remember Jasper. Oh yeah, that's right. She was wearing a sports bra with the trauma shears or whatever. Yeah, she had like a bra on and that's all she was wearing, and then had like freaking BDU pants on with like, oh my god. Guys, you gotta remember, I used to work on an ambulance and I didn't even carry scissors. Like, we had these like tornado wrangling freaking like emergency disaster responders or whatever that parked next to me at this freaking oh no, Zach was there. I couldn't remember if he was there or if he pulled in too late, but I'm pretty sure he was there. But yeah, they piled in. It was in like Forest City, Arkansas. It was somewhere in Arkansas between Little Rock and Memphis, and they pull in and Princess gets out of the car and she's got nothing but like a bra on and like BDU pants with like a Kydex tactical scissor holster thing and like 50 pens and like 10 flashlights, which I mean, okay, the flashlights are fine. Like, I have like 20 flashlights, but flashlights are cool, but... And like paper tape and like a little notebook and like tourniquets up the ass, and I'm just, it's like, what the like I don't, like, I've never seen anybody dressed like that to go chase a storm. More power to these people for being prepared, but there comes a point when somebody goes to that extreme where you wonder if they're capable of using any of it. Because like I said, when I was on the ambulance, like, I didn't carry scissors or, I mean, I carry a flashlight and a knife. Like, if I needed scissors, I just grabbed a pair of scissors. Like, I didn't have a Kydex holster to like quick draw my scissors. I mean, like a legit like Kydex like holster with like retention and like a tourniquet holder and stuff. Just like, holy shit. Which, don't get me wrong, there's applications where maybe that makes sense. But just driving around and looking at the clouds at the Love's truck stop, I was kind of like, okay, this is a little bit weird. And then a couple weeks before that was when we saw the human traffic cone. I think that was the high risk day. Yeah, that was the day we effed up and all went to Tennessee. But to be fair, like, I don't think anybody that went back to Arkansas actually knew that there was going to be storms. I think that was just people that flipped a coin. Because that was what I did. Yeah, that was the high risk day. Yeah, she was like wearing around this like sports bra or whatever. It's like, you're wearing like BDU pants with a freaking sports bra and stuff. Like, oh, look at me. Like, oh wow, I'm sure your boyfriend's proud of you. Like, oh my god, it was freaking weird, man. And then like 4 other guys pile out of this like tiny little Jeep. It's like, oh my god, how do they fit in that thing? We had this kid on the ambulance, his name was Riley, and he was I'll give you a little bit of foreshadowing here. So Riley got sick of the ambulance because he didn't have any authority to like write speeding tickets and shit. So he thought it'd be a good idea to go be a sheriff's deputy, and somehow one of the county sheriffs hired him. Well, about 3 weeks out of his training, I don't know how he made it. They probably just signed him off so the damn FTO didn't have to train him anymore. There was a small ambulance service that was really struggling for staffing. So Riley had it up his butt for him. So he turned him into the state for slow response times, even though they were only like a minute or two over, outside of standard, which, whatever. It's very rural community. And the police chief in that little town went to the sheriff and said, if that mother effer is ever inside of our city limits ever again, like, he's getting run the hell out of here. And I don't know what happened, but apparently they found a reason to fire him from the sheriff's department because he was no longer a cop there, like 5 days after this all went down. Which, good, because he was a control, like, dude, that guy was, you know, he was that 0.25% of police that's probably dangerous. That guy couldn't tie his shoes, let alone handle a pistol, or, God, that guy probably could have got hurt right in the speeding ticket, like the pen probably could have hurt him. But we had this kid named Riley, and he was just one of those Ricky Rescue idiots, and he bought a $250 pair of tactical scissors, whatever that is, and they like folded up, and they had a built-in flashlight, and they had a ring cutter, and hell, it even had a little ruler on them, and they were like $250. And he was just showing that off to everybody. You know, it was like a third of his paycheck. He got so excited he bought these scissors or whatever, and you know, all the rest of us are walking around with the $3 scissors off of Amazon, or the free ones we stole from the hospital. Like, wow, Riley, you bought a $250 pair of scissors. You are just a hero. And I'm pretty sure he never used those scissors ever. Like, ever. He was one of those people that didn't really do patient care. They just showed up with a t-shirt and pretended like they were, you know, intelligent. So I'll never forget the time, like, it was literally my first day on this ambulance service. First day. And I'm driving the ambulance to the hospital. He's in the back doing quote-unquote patient care, which is more like patient harassment for Riley. And I didn't take a right turn when he thought I should have. Like, I was going around the back way to the hospital. Keep in mind, I didn't live in this town. So I really didn't know how to get anywhere. So I would just punch it, you know, I just punched in the hospital on Google Maps, and I just drove to the hospital that way until I learned. And so I was just following Google Maps, and I was apparently taking the back way, which didn't matter. And he freaking pokes this, because we had, you know, there was a big freaking, this was like an F-750 chassis, so it was like a freaking tow truck with a box on it, like even bigger than those stupid international ambulances, like just way too big. But it had a little, you know, so it didn't have the full walkthrough, but we had a little like 1 foot by 2 foot window, and he stuck his freaking head through that window. It scared the shit out of me. He's like, "This isn't the way to the hospital. This patient's gonna die," and blah 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 blah. She's got high blood pressure and blah blah blah. And he's just screaming at me. And keep in mind, this was the same day that he showed up with the ring cutter, with the $250 scissors with the ring cutter, all that shit. And this was my first day there, you know, without anybody following me around, making sure I wasn't an idiot. And the only thing that I could think to say, and this was the day that Riley decided he hated me, you know, my first day there without any sort of training or anything. And I kind of just looked at him in the rearview mirror and I said, "Why don't you hit him with your $250 pair of fucking scissors and see if that helps?" And he was so pissed. He calls the administrator from the hospital. He's like, "I want to make a complaint." Like, he was trying to get me wrote up and all this shit. So admin comes out. Admin's freaking dying because they're like, "Yeah, we put you with Riley because we wanted to see if you could work with him." And I'm like, "I can't work with this idiot." And that's flat out what I said. First day off of training, I'm like, I can't work with this idiot. And they're like, "Yeah, nobody can work with this idiot, but that's kind of why we put you with him, because we wanted to see if you could work with this idiot." Thanks. So I was stuck with that asshole for 2 weeks. And, oh my God, somebody prank called the fucking ambulance station. I think it was one of the drunk people that worked with us. College town, 1 in the morning, probably freaking shit-faced. Calls the fucking ambulance station, answer the phone, and it's like, Brian, they're gonna come get you, Brian. They're gonna kill you, Brian. And then hangs up the phone. And Riley's like, "What was that?" And I said, "Oh, somebody's out for Brian, I guess. I don't know." And I go back to bed. Keep in mind, we had such a tiny building. We didn't even have like bedrooms. So my bed was a piece of cardboard laid on top of a folding table with a blankie. And I go to like crawl back into quote unquote bed. And freaking Riley's all like, "We have to call the police." I'm just like, no, we don't. So we had to pile in the fucking ambulance, and I had to chauffeur Riley down to the police station. We walk into the police station. After Riley gets on the radio and tells the dispatcher, who is the police dispatcher, they dispatch the whole town, city services for everything, tells the dispatcher, we've received threatening phone calls. We're en route. Can somebody please stand by to take a report? And she's just like, okay. So we get there, and he just like barges in, and there's a cop sitting there, and it's TJ, dude. And TJ's just sitting there, and he's just like, so what happened? And he's like, tell him. And before I could tell him what happened, and I was just like, all right, it's not a big deal. And Riley goes, no, stop. We need to give them our driver's license so they can run us through the system and attach us to the report. And this cop's just sitting there, like looking at me, looking at Riley, and he's like, well, actually, if I need him, I'll just ask for him. And Riley's like, got his driver's license out. He's giving him his driver's license. And I'm just like, do you need my driver's license? And he's like, no. Riley's like, but you got to run us through the system. And he's just like, no, not really, because we're not going to do anything with this fucking report anyway. So we have to then we drive back to the ambulance station. And guess what happens when we get back? Phone rings. And I answer it. Brian, we're going to kill you, Brian. And I hung the fucking phone up. And Riley's like, who was that? And I said, oh, it was the wrong number. And he was like, we need to go back down to the police department. I'm just like, no, we don't. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. We don't need to go back to the police department and make a report for a prank fucking phone call. Like, what law was broken? Like, what did they do, and what do you want the cops to do? At 2 o'clock in the morning, like, go knock on the door of everybody with a cell phone in the city and, like, come on, man. We go back down to the police department. I told him I was not going into the police department. I said, I'm sitting in the ambulance. I said, I'm tired. I said, I'm done with this shit. No, you answered the phone. You have to make the report. We walk back in there. Same cop sitting there. I said, dude, they called again. I don't give a shit. Talk to Riley. I go back out, and I've never told this story. Actually, I might have. I go back out. They're taking too long. So I got pissed. So I call admin. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry to wake you up, but this is what's going on. I'm not getting paid to sit down at the police department. I'm tired. I'm supposed to be allowed to sleep between calls. Let me go to bed. And so admin gets on the radio and calls Riley on the radio, and he's like, what's your location? And of course Riley is like, we're at the police department filing a report. And admin's like, okay, you can go ahead and return to the station and unplug the phone. He's like, okay, 10-4. So we get back in, we go back to the station, and Riley like beelines in there, and he's like, I gotta unplug the phone. I'm like, okay, man. So he makes a big deal about unplugging the phone. Guess what happened a few minutes later? Somebody calls Riley's cell phone. Brian, we're gonna kill you, Brian, and then hangs up. But they did like star 67, so it was like an unlisted number. And Riley just blows it. He's like, oh my God, now they got my cell phone number. And at this point, I know what's going on. Like, it's either admin doing this, or it's somebody that admin has called and told about this and told that Riley's having a fit. Or it's somebody that works for us that's, actively monitoring the radio. We get back in the ambulance. We go back down to the police department because Riley's throwing a fit. I call admin back, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what to do, but this is ridiculous. And he goes, just fucking leave him. And I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah, just get back in the ambulance. Just drive back to the... Keep in mind, it was only like 6 blocks away. So I start driving away. And a couple of minutes later, 231, 413. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. It's like, where are you? And I said, I just pulled the ambulance back into the garage. I'm still at the police department. I said, I know. Admin told me to go ahead and return. And then I just shut the door and walked away. And one of the cops gave him a ride back down to the ambulance building. And he was throwing such a fucking fit. Admin has to come back down to the building, and he's just like, dude, who gives a shit? These are prank callers. You've now been to the police department 3 times, and on the 3rd time your partner just abandoned you. This is ridiculous. So Riley got sent home for being an annoying little buffoon, which I thought was kind of funny. And I didn't have a replacement, so if we got an ambulance call, it was just me going, and then somebody else would just have to show up, I guess. But yeah, that was the story of Riley, the scissor guy. He was a pain in the ass. Yeah, I did. I just left him. And it's, if we would have gotten a call to service or something, I would have picked him back up. But he, nobody could work with, and nobody could fire him.
You have arrived.
They couldn't fire him because it's not that he didn't do his job. You know what I'm saying? He was, so horrible to work with. Nobody wanted to work with this guy. He had this, fetish to, always be calling the cops about shit. He's a total Karen. As EMS, we don't... If somebody tells me they're high on cocaine and they're, dealing drugs, it's not my job to report that.
Alright, I got some good news and some bad news.
What is this idiot doing? Let me over. Go ahead.
Good news is, tomorrow's actually uptrending a bit. Looks like Mobile area. I know it's really far away, but that's something. Bad news, nothing's really happening yet. In terms of tonight, I haven't really seen much. We have a few weak little crappy updrafts down by east of Houston, but nothing robust yet.
Yeah, tomorrow's probably off the table at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was actually showing a pretty decent, supercell risk, tornado risk down by Mobile, but that's so freaking far away. Don't know if that's going to be feasible. But, yeah, I'm monitoring. There's weak updrafts by Port Arthur, but that's about it.
Yeah, long story short, Riley was a Karen. Nobody wanted to work with Riley. He was terrible. But yeah, he always wanted to call the cops on people. It's not my job. If you tell me you've done something illegal and, it's a victimless crime, it's not my job to walk over to the police and be like, hey, arrest this guy for that. My job is to plug whatever hole is bleeding and take you to the hospital. It's not my job to be a drug interdiction police officer here. We had a guy that was, he ate weed. He was high as a kite, busted his leg, and then he panicked and then ate it. Which, I don't know, man. I don't think the cops were going to hassle him. I mean, but he ate it, and because we got a cop to pretty much every call, and the cops were walked away, and I asked this guy, I'm like, dude, what are you high on? And he was like, it's pot. And he's like, and I ate it. And I'm like, you ate it? And he's like, yeah, I ate it. I'm like, how much did you eat? And I don't remember what it was, but it was quite a bit. And Riley's, of course, just being a freaking toolbox. And he's like, can I talk to you for a second? And I'm like, yeah, when we're done handling the patient. Well, we get to I put him off for a while. We get to the hospital, and Riley makes a big deal. He's like, we have to report that. I'm like, report what? That he was smoking weed. And I'm just like, report that to who? It's like the police. I'm just like, dude, this is somebody that called you for help, and you want to try to get them arrested or something? And what makes you think that the cops give a shit? This guy was a shitty patient care provider. He was a shitty advocate for his patients. I hope that guy works not in anything hospital related. He was a real kind of a dirtbag, honestly. He did his job, but he was just awful. Well, the storm is right there, but I'm not seeing much. So I don't know what to tell you guys. Other than we're just gonna sit here for a minute and watch the radar trends. I'll have to look at. I'll look at tomorrow, guys. But it doesn't. I don't know if I can. You know, you got to remember we are like way far west. And if tomorrow ends up being a continuation of tonight's storms, then I'll never be able to do it. Here's some cows. But if there ends up being redevelopment after the squall or something, I mean, then we probably could. But I don't know, man. This just ain't taking off. But we got to give it some time. These late night events can be like super frustrating because you're just sitting here waiting for something to happen and you want it to hurry up and happen because it's getting late. That's what kind of sucks with these. You know what? I think the last time that I was in this part of the country was that blizzard.
Looks like something is happening. I'm starting to see it's a little more apparent if you look from Houston radar, but there might be some updraft attempts over I-10 just west of Lake Charles. So, see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at those too.
If those die, honestly, that might be it.
Yeah, we may need to get back down to I-10, but I'm watching. Just watching for something to look like it's going to do something. I don't know what to think. But yeah, that stuff going up by Lake Charles is starting to intensify a little bit. We actually might want to try to go after that. Yep, we need to go.
Head east on West Stringer Street toward North Margaret Avenue.
Yeah,
then
Lake
turn
Charles
right
is
on
taking
US
off.
96 South, North Margaret Avenue.
Oh, let me show you guys.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Hopefully that's
We're here.
something.
We're watching these down
But
here.
at least once if you get down to like towards I-10, you have east-west coverage. If it's not these, maybe it's the ones coming out of Texas.
Yeah, I think I need to go down there.
All right, copy that.
At the stop sign, turn right onto US 96 South, North Margaret Avenue. Continue on US 96 South for 16 miles.
Yeah, let's go. We need to get back down there to I-10, I think. Yeah, that stuff going up by, oh, there's just special weather statement in the storm to our northwest. Son of a gun. We might actually need to hold out. Looks like the storm that's just west of here all of a sudden blew up, so I'm actually going to stay on this one, I guess, for now. I don't know why that's happening now, but I'll take it.
It's very interesting. Nothing too crazy on radar for it, but yeah, it's something. I'll continue watching the ones to the south, and if they start to look good, I'll let you know.
Yeah, the storm up here just kind of blew up. we're literally like, it's just, all we gotta do is basically go back to where we were sitting, and that's where the storm's gonna be in like 10
Make
minutes,
a
so.
U-turn. Continue on US 96 south for 13 miles. Make a U-turn.
I wonder if that'll go severe. It's got 69 DBZ returns on it.
Head north on US 96 north toward private road 8100, then make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Doesn't look too bad. It's got some quite a bit of lightning activity, which indicates it could be kind of a strengthening storm.
Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
So we're all right. We've got time to get to that stuff down to the south. I think we might want to just take a peek at this one. Target might be acquired, but I still think that stuff going up by St. Charles, Lake Charles, could be it. We can get there. We've got other routes we can take. We can get there. I'm not worried about that. We definitely want to give this one the time of the day for a minute. You know, give it a chance. We'll see if they severe warn it. It might approach severe levels soon. It looks like it's trying to develop a hail core. There's some pretty, mid-60s DBZ reflectivities in there. So it's possible that thing might try to develop a hail core soon. I'm going to keep going north through town for right now. Get a little bit closer. We should start seeing lightning. was some good lightning. Alright, lightning's getting better, so that gives me hope. Definitely better lightning on this one than the last one. So at least that counts. Next town up ahead is Jasper. Jasper, this thing's almost to you. Maybe get some small hail out of it. The lightning looks pretty good. If you've got lightning turned on with Radar Omega, you can see the same thing I'm seeing here. There's a lot of activity with this one. It could indicate that it's strengthening. Or it could just crap out like the other one did. I mean, that's possible too. Right now it's holding steady with intensity. lot of lightning. It's almost constant. Storm's about 5 minutes from Jasper. I think we're about 5 minutes from Jasper, too. That was a good one. Very active lightning storms. Well, even if nothing else happens, at least we've gotten a proper thunderstorm with some lightning. Like, even if nothing else happens, at least we got something. Okay, that was pretty cool. Just about up here to Jasper. We got somewhere we can pull off. no idea what's going on there. But that actually looked like a really good spot. We're gonna drive back by that and see what's going on, because there's like some guy laying on the ground and there's like 4 cars stopped. I don't know if they're changing a tire or if the guy's like dead on the road. But something's not right about that situation right there. So we're gonna drive by that real quick. Oh, fuck.
Huh?
Yeah, you're at the crisis head. I'm off duty EMS. What's going on?
We just drove by and saw him laying here. He fell and hit his head, and we're on the phone with 911 right now.
Okay.
And he's.
Press his head.
Yeah.
Oh, you got one.
You just need a
Okay.
bandage, another bandage.
Is there bleeding bad? Can y'all
Oh,
help?
yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. You got to press his head.
Yes.
At least plug the hole. You know?
Looked like you dropped something. No, you didn't. It's just. Is he talking at all? Is he coherent?
Let's roll you over, buddy.
Do you have something on his, or do you want me to grab it? I got it. Is that towel stopping it or no?
Somebody grab his phone, too.
Is your bleeding controlled or is it still bleeding?
No, it's still pouring. Just hold over.
Do you remember what happened?
Pressure. Put pressure on your hand on the spot that's pouring.
Do y'all know if he's. Is he having trouble breathing?
No, he doesn't know about what he's at. You can tell it. You can look at the cell.
I'm gonna grab another trauma pad because that towel might be a grab it. Well, one of these days I'll get the damn thing open.
You need some help? You got the damn gloves on?
There you go. Oh, it's on. Okay, it's just on his eye. We're good. Yeah. Put pressure on his eye.
You want to put that towel under his you get it. You get it. Yeah, he just doesn't know. All right, buddy, we're gonna put this on you and hold this so you don't bleed all over. All right, it's from the vision. We got you. Just let me hold it there, okay? Yes, sir. Yeah.
I wonder if you slipped in the eye.
Well, I thought somebody was changing the tire.
Me too, actually. But then he was facing the wrong way. He was facing
Nobody saw him fall down this.
No, I was the first car by here. I drove by and I saw him and I turned around and came back. He was alone laying there. Nobody around. Yep.
You gonna turn this side again? Whatever you he seems to be less combative with it. He's not listening.
Just stay calm, buddy. I don't see he doesn't have a wristband on. You know what I mean?
Hold on a second. We're just trying to help you out. You took a bit of a spill, okay? All right, your truck's here. We got you, all right?
Yes.
Somebody's gonna come help us. All right? Yeah, we got you, buddy. You're good, man. You don't have anything to worry about.
I don't think so. He was face down when he got here.
I know you want. I know you're wanting to get up. I know it's probably terrible.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of that's fire. Well, is that that guy's the fire department? I guess.
Yeah.
Daughter, son, granddaughter.
Hold on, man. I gotta keep this on your head, okay, so you don't leak no more. You're gonna be all right. It's not that bad. I just won't want it to bleed off too much on you, okay?
Come.
You took a bit of a spill, but you're okay now, all right? We're gonna help you here. He's not actively bleeding here, so. You able to wiggle your finger and squeeze my hand at all? All right, we're doing good, man. That makes me happy.
On the right track.
Hey, Bella, I can't tell if your phone's hung up or not.
You go in my truck and the cup holder looks like a cell phone.
All right. What are we talking about?
any update on what's going on?
There's an elevated storm near immediate southwest, but no additional development yet. There are draft attempts, but nothing else to south.
All right, copy that. Let me throw my truck back together real quick, and then I'll go available. I'll probably just go south. Okay, I'm gonna run south. Does this thing have any much of a hail risk?
Maybe.
I'm an asshole for not telling people what happened? Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Just dealt with a patient with a traumatic head injury and I'm an asshole for not telling you what happened? Fuck you. Moving on. Alright, we're going south for this next severe storm warning. By the way, there's legal obligations where I'm not supposed to tell you about the patient care that I just provided to somebody. On the ground and in the back of the fucking ambulance because the poor people there were short-staffed. I just spent the past 10-15 minutes in the back of a fucking ambulance trying to help these poor people, so get the fuck out of here if you're gonna come in here and cuss at me and tell me I'm the problem. Screw you. God damn almighty. That's putting it nicely. Keep that in mind. That's me being damn nice. So go ahead. Go ahead. Write your fucking emails. Try to get me canceled. Don't give a shit. I'm not the asshole here. God damn. That's why we can't have nice things. You think I want to spend my night where I'm supposed to be chasing, sitting in the back of a freaking ambulance because these poor people are short-staffed? No. But you know what? That's the right thing to do. And there was 6 other people on the scene that thought that was the right thing to do too. So kiss my ass. Actually, please don't. But no, I'm not dealing with that. And you know what? To say that I'm not allowed to go off on something like that, I absolutely am. Because you don't come onto somebody's stream when they're rendering aid to somebody and tell them they're an asshole. Go ahead, write your emails, go on Reddit, bitch about me, get me canceled. I don't care. I'm in the right. I am on what Frank says is the mountain of right, and you're in the valley of wrong. So there you go. I hope it don't flood. Anyway, so we're gonna continue south. Okay, now that we're back on that, is this a mesoscale discussion to myself or not? I just see a circle, but I can't, for some reason I can't click on anything and figure out what it is.
Yep, just about to tell you. New MD for southern Louisiana. Some tornado and damaging wind threat may yet occur overnight. Tornado 85 to 115, wind
Really?
55 to 70. I'm trying to load the text right now, but of course, it's not loading.
Yeah, I've got it on Radar Omega now. I couldn't tell what that was. Yeah, it's just, I think basically what you just said, that one's showing. So I'm going to go probably just back down to I-10 because I don't really have a west option up here, an east option.
Yeah, Yeah, I think that's the right call. At least from the Wicked Meadow analysis right now, I think the warm sector is pretty much going to be just slightly north of I-10. At least the best instant. That's a good call.
Alright, this one looks pretty decent, I guess, right now, but it seems like they just don't want to straighten past this point.
Yeah, I think it's lack of instability. There's some elevated instability, but I don't think there's like any surface phase gape up here. But down south, it still looks like a pretty decent environment, so something could, in theory, become surface phase, I think.
Well, that didn't really slow us down that much. Because it looks like the storm that we were originally tracking didn't really do much. Yeah, sorry for going off, people. There's going to be a 90,000 emails written in all these posts, I'm sure, for me going off, but that's you don't act like that. So for those of you that were wondering, that person was pissed off that I apparently wasn't live streaming the poor man that's got a traumatic head injury. So
yeah, the mesoscale discussion is referring to a few embedded cells that can produce a tornado. So I don't think they're forecasting any discretes.
All right. So we'll see if the issue looks like they're debating a severe thunderstorm watch. Oh, hold on, we're on the wrong mic. Okay, hang on a second. Watch your ear. If you're using headphones, just hold on a minute, because I don't know if this is going to be a problem or not. All right, we should be back on the intended mic. But it sounds like this way, because I have to shout otherwise to get you guys to hear me over the rain. With this microphone, I can just hold it up here and then I don't have to scream at the damn microphone. So the SPC is saying that there might be the need for a severe thunderstorm watch or something like that, but it's a pretty low chance. It's only like a 40% chance. So we're probably not going to get a severe thunderstorm watch. Unless things intensify, which, I mean, maybe. I don't see any warnings. They're all just special weather statements. Audio's great. Well, it wouldn't have been great here now that it started raining, because that's the problem with using the mic that's built in, is you can't hear me over the rain unless I yell, and I get so sick and tired of having to yell at the damn thing. Because like in this truck, it's so far away from me, like way up there in the dash. It's not like the Explorer or even the Tahoe where it's like right in front of my face. It's way up there. So we don't really have a good east route, so our best bet is to go to I-10, which is still in the hot zone here, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Yeah, the storm cell that's basically on top of us, I don't know if it's going to do anything. If you look at the radar loop, it really hasn't done anything for the past 20 minutes. I don't know if it will. Oh, hey, we're out of the rain. Oh, it looks like they actually might consider a tornado watch, not a severe thunderstorm watch. I think that's, yeah, okay, well, whatever. A watch is possible, I guess I should say. Not guaranteed, but possible. So a watch is possible. But, you know, whether there is or isn't a watch, it doesn't really matter. It's still going to be, I mean, the event is going to be the same whether there's a watch or not. So even if there is no watch, you should still pay attention, because there could be a tornado risk with this, maybe. But I don't know. I'm not super in on that. Lightning is pretty decent. Was that a piece of hail? You gotta be, I think we just got like one random hailstone with like no reason. Okay. Whatever, man. I don't know why our signal's struggling here. Yeah, I don't know why the signal's struggling, guys. Something's not right. I wonder if I unplugged something. Oh. That's weird. I might just need to reboot something. I don't know. Yeah, we got satellite though too, so it shouldn't, I mean, right here it shouldn't matter if the cell signal is crap or not. So I wonder if something goofy is still going on in here, network-wise, because it shouldn't, like, we've got a clear view of the sky for the, I mean, minus the storm, but, you know, so we should be fine without cell service. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to look into this a little bit. I still wonder if we got something weird going on with the network, or with my internal networking here. Lightning kind of crapped out on us too. What the heck? Getting ripped off. Oh, watch out for the frog. God dang it. I'm pretty sure I missed it. That's a big freaking frog. That's one animal we have not caught on the stream yet, is a frog. I have to catch a frog one of these days. I caught a turtle. I caught like a groundhog or something. Not a spider, almost a spider. I caught cows, horses. I did catch a snake once, but that was a long time ago. That was back in my Facebook streaming days. I don't know if anybody here remembers the snake day, but I caught a snake. Cat. Caught a cat. I caught a lady's chicken after a tornado tore her farm up. Surprisingly, the barn that the chickens were in was totally flattened, but every single chicken was accounted for somehow. So I had to catch the chicken. Oh yeah, and the pig. Freaking Brian Empfinger was with for that. The pigs were out after the tornado, and we had to go catch the pig. And the goat, yeah, the pig and the goat. I think Brian caught the goat on his own, but I think it was a team effort to get the pig. That was a night. Oh Jesus. Yeah, that was the night that the lady's cat tried to kill me. Damn thing tried to frickin' maul my face off. That's why I have one of those fold-up collapsible cat carriers in the truck. Like it's like a zipper, you know, and like it unfolds, so it's under the back seat. I mean, it's not very big, but if there's like a crazy cat and we need to move it, we can shove it in there so we don't get our freaking faces cut off. Oh my God, that cat. That thing tried to kill me. That cat was pissed. And the lady was like, can you carry the cat to my garage so we can put it in the garage? And this cat's like howling and screaming, and it just sounded terrible at me. And like I was holding it out at like arm's length, and this thing was just going freaking nuts. And I was like cutting my arms and shit. And I'm just like, can we put it in a box or something? And she's like, yeah, he's not very friendly. And I'm just like, yeah, I got that. Thanks, appreciate that. And as this cat's like trying to kill me. We found a box and stuffed it in the box and took the box in the garage and then opened up the box, and that cat came freaking flying out of there. Oh my God, you wouldn't have believed it. That cat was pissed. But yeah, she said, oh yeah, he's not very friendly. I'm like, yeah. As it's literally like scratching the crap out of my arms, like, I got that, but thanks for letting me know. Yeah, that cat was not happy. That cat fooled us too, because it was like acting kind of like, you know, it was huddled up in the corner, and it acted like it was gonna let us pet it and pick it up and all sorts of stuff, and then I went to pick it up and it just snapped. It had enough, and it decided to try to kill me. Aiden was there for that, but he was down at a different house. I think he showed up for the pig. I think he witnessed the pig incident. Here's where we turned around the first time, was right down here. Yeah, I mean, I could go out of the country for storms, but I don't, because it's just the amount of, like, the cost and, like, the resources. It just, like, I'm not going to go for this hurricane, obviously. I mean, there's nothing stopping us. It's just, I mean, I have a passport and everything. It's just, it's not that I don't have an interest in going out of the country for storms. It's just to live stream it. It's so expensive, because I would have to get data and SIM cards and all sorts of crap wherever we go, and it would be an absolute nightmare. Because if I can't stream it, I don't have a whole lot of interest in doing it. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, even if I didn't live stream, I would still chase storms, but like, part of what I like about this is I can show everybody. Like, Puerto Rico is something that would be relatively easy because, you know, everything works over there still. You know, because it's the US. Guam. Radar update. Not much is happening. There's a couple little updrafts trying to form by Lake Charles. Again. Again. This road takes us down to, so we got what, 11 miles? Yeah, we'll be down to I-10 in like 20 minutes. That's our next step here, folks. It just feels so much later than it is. I mean, it's what? 10, well, yeah, it just turned 10 p.m. So, it feels way later. It's because it gets dark so early. Like, like right now it feels like 2 in the morning. And like 2 hours ago it felt like midnight. So... So, anyway, no, not. Just doing a quick check with the radar. Guys, it's like everything, like, storms are developing. Like, don't get me wrong, storms are developing, but they're just not, it's like they're reaching this level of special weather statement, and then they're just like, yeah, okay, that's enough. I'm actually surprised. I thought that they would, at least get to severe levels here, but kind of weird.
So, I went ahead and I pulled an ACARS aircraft sounding from New Orleans, and this was at 030Z. It's actually not a lot of capping at all, like pretty much negligible that far east. I'm not sure if that's getting worse. I mean, Mezco analysis was showing, it's probably going to be about the same. So, kind of wondering if they're going to struggle like until they get to New Orleans when the shear arrives, because the capping is pretty much non-existent there. Couldn't find anything on the Lake Charles, unfortunately.
All right. Yeah, it's like they just reached the special weather statement threshold and then they just like sit there. It's kind of weird. I'm surprised none of them have pushed it yet. This line segment that's just north of Beaumont, the one that I'm going toward, that one looks like maybe. But yeah, I'm probably just going to get on 10 and stick with them for a while, maybe to Lafayette, but I don't know. This is weird. I mean, it's like they just don't want to quite do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that too. Like, I'm wondering if that makes it enough east where the SIN is able to grow and we could actually try to wrap up and produce a tornado. So, yeah, it's moving pretty much due east, so I would just say, yeah, sit on 10, stick with it, see what happens. And, yeah, we'll see if any storms fire out in front or anything, because we do have some updraft attempts. They're just really, really weak and crappy.
Cool. And then did you say that tomorrow, like that HRRR you sent, that was like the evening, correct? So it looks like maybe something on the tail end of this line, like after it moves through. If that's the case, we can get it. I just can't get it if it's going to be like 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning kind of thing. But if that actually happens where something happens in the evening, I mean, it would only be like 4 hours away, so we can definitely try.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Must have forgotten. But yeah, it was showing like 20, 21Z, 22Z over pretty much Mobile. Slowed down the line a bit. Had a discrete supercell dropping a track Felicity Street, like right over onto the east side of Mobile. So I don't really. I feel like that's a little more reasonable because models seems to be starting to lock in on solution now that we have today's stuff resolved. So yeah, that might be decent. So yeah, it's tried it a bit later, so that might actually be pretty reasonable to get. Depends on how tonight goes, but I like what I'm seeing. But I liked what I saw like the last 3 days.
Alright, I'll keep it in mind. I haven't decided on a hotel for tonight, but it'll probably be like Lafayette or something, so I'll keep that in mind here. So we'll see how this goes over the next hour. I think we'll know.
Probably not. Yeah, if this is complete trash, you could just get as far east as you can tonight and then do the rest tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Lots of questions right now. Lots of questions. Just these storm, like, seriously, I know I just said it, but it's like they want to strengthen to a certain threshold and then like that's just enough. Like I really thought I don't know, this is just, obviously, at the end of the day it's probably a good thing, but it's still, I'm just kind of more surprised than anything that we're about to go through whatever. I actually have no idea what this little community is. It doesn't even show on my map. Trying to line us up with this squall little line segment thing as it's coming through here. It's coming at a pretty good clip, so we're going to want to come down here because this road branches off and then goes to I-20 or I-10. So we're just going to come down here to this little fork in the road, and we'll just sit here and wait probably about 10 minutes, and the storm will be here. If we start going down the other road, we're going to get stuck in a spot where we don't have a road to get out ahead of it, and then we're going to be stuck behind the thing. And once you're behind the damn thing, you can't ever get out in front of it again.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto US 96, Business South.
So we can just kind of stage. Thanks, John. We'll just kind of stage in the area. Oh, damn, I really need something to eat. There's nothing open.
At the light, turn left onto US 96, Business South. Continue for 23 miles.
Oh, I thought I could get into this gas station over here, but there's no... Oh, that's an entrance. Can I... Is this... Wait a minute. Is this an entrance? Yes. Okay. Double check. Kind of look like somebody's yard. I'm like, I don't know.
Head northeast toward US 96 South. In 500 feet, turn left. Head northwest, then turn left.
Oh, this guy with the shopping cart's over here
Take
digging
the
shit
next
out again.
left
He was
toward
down
US
here.
96
Oh, it's
South,
he works
then
here.
turn left
Okay,
onto
all
US
right.
96 South.
I was gonna say I just don't want to get into it. I don't want people asking me for $20 more again, but no, he works here, I guess. We really just kind of want to stop and wait. Let me do this. Thanks again, John. We appreciate it. Seriously. I need to put... I like to get my my stuff put back together right away. So I'm going to take this opportunity while we have about 5 or 10 minutes before the storm shows up. I want to put my my bag back together real quick. I'll show you guys what I carry if you want. If you want. Is it working? Hello? I'll show you guys what I carry if you want. If you want. Okay, great. It's working. Because I want to put this bag back together. And this is kind of like a public service thing, because now people will know, like, I don't know, whatever. So I need to get all this kind of put back. Oh, my light's not turning on. So I like to keep this bag right here. And it's seat belted in, you know, in case the truck rolls over or something. But I guess really all I need to do is strap it back in. People there were nice enough to put this back together for me, but I carry a lot of shit, right? But let me grab a light. So, I mean, just we've done the rundown before, but people are asking. But I carry like one of these Stop the Bleed kits that's pre-packaged just because it's easy to have. Down there are some island dressings. They're basically just like 4x4 pads with, it's basically just a giant Band-Aid. But in there, there's also non-adherent like 4x4 pads as well. It's kind of a mixed bag of stuff. That's a BVM bag valve mask. These are large trauma. Oh, they restocked me too. Look at that. The ambulance put these back because I carry 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They did. Look at that. I used a couple of these and they restocked me. There was only one left in here and they restocked it for me. That was nice of them. And then I carry, so these are just big trauma dressings. So like if you have a giant, horrible hemorrhaging injury or something, it's basically a towel. I mean, for all intents and purposes. Trying to do this without holding the light. So epinephrine, and then these are triangular bandages, so for splinting or something like that. I'm not going through a how-to. You can look this crap up. These are more of these smaller non-adherent pads, so it's this but smaller for smaller injuries. Chest seals for gunshot wounds or knife wounds or penetrating something. I do carry a couple of these quick clot things, but this like commercial quick clot is not very good. Honestly, I don't even know why I carry it. I'd never use it. I carry lots of rolls of these little gauze rolled things. They're really good for just attaching things. Like if you put a bandage on your arm, just to use it to hold it. Obviously, these aren't sterile anymore, but they're still fine for attaching something. And there's sterile ones in here. There's my $6 pair of scissors, not my $250 pair of scissors. If you were watching earlier, you know what I'm talking about. More of those little gauze rolls because you can use these for packing injuries. Plenty of tape. This is just athletic tape. Nothing sterile or special about this, but again, good for splinting an arm or wrapping something tight to apply pressure. And then these are just little bandage, non-adherent pads. Up here, this is basically, so there's blood pressure cuff, there's a stethoscope, gloves, whatever, basically whatever fit in there. In here, this is just like flashlights, gloves, masks, like PPE stuff that I always forget is in there. And then tourniquets and like massive bleeding. So these Rhino Rescue Israeli bandages are really good. It's basically just a compression bandage, kind of like a tourniquet, but not meant to be a tourniquet. So basically you can put it on a wound and you can cinch it down real tight. Google it. They're actually pretty good. So I carry 3 of those and then 3 windlass tourniquets. I need to zip this thing back up. You know, and understand folks too, because I know there's a bunch of people out there that are going to be like, oh, you're an idiot for carrying that, because I deal with it on Twitter all the time. But understand, like, guys, I used to manage an ambulance company. Like, of course I'm going to carry it. So future use, these are cool. They just rip off. Alcohol and then glucose stuff. So like this isn't anything that would really save anybody's life in an emergency, but if we do have like, I'm sorry, this isn't the glucose stuff. This is just like, you know, antiseptic crap. Burn gel, anti-sting. Like this is just, you know, little piddly shit, but this is nothing that's gonna save anybody's life. By any means. That's just stuff that you want to have. Airways and a forceps. There is a laryngoscope in here somewhere. Oh, it's in here. It's under the bag valve mask, but there's a laryngoscope and then a forceps, and then somebody's gonna get on me because these aren't sterile. They are sterile. They're in their little baggies, the oral airways. So for somebody that can't maintain it in their own airway. And then this is the glucose. So there's a blood sugar meter in here, a BGM, or a blood glucose meter basically. And then I carry a couple of pouches of these glucose gels. This is basically just sugar. These actually taste really good, but it's like gritty. It's almost like activated charcoal, but not nasty. It's that consistency. It's just made for diabetics with low blood sugar, just to get a bunch of sugar in them. So again, not something that's really like probably an urgent thing, but it could be depending how long you're waiting for an ambulance. So I keep another flashlight attached to it all the time. And then in here, I keep these SAM splints. You can unroll these and basically mold them, just like it shows there, into a splint of all sorts. They're very handy. And then some of these Mylar blankets, they're like heat entrapping blankets, basically thermal blankets, but 9 times out of 10 what I use these for is like if you've got somebody on the ground and you just don't want them laying in the dirt, you can use one of these. It's just a cheap, because they're like 10 cents. And then triage tags, which unfortunately have been used, but that's what I carry in that bag. I have another bag for like quicker response, and then it's also some duplicate stuff, so if this bag gets low, then we have it as well. Hold on a second. Seatbelts in. So that's not all that I carry, but that's just most of it. Hold on, did I do? Oh yeah, I went through that. I'll show you how this is belted in here in a minute. I've gotten pretty creative with the seat belts, because if the vehicle ever does roll over, you don't want this crap flying around. So like, I try not to have anything in here that could roll around. So I just run the seat belt through the straps. So like, yeah, it's loose, but it's not going to go flying. And then you just got to reach over there and unhook it. And then I'll put all this stuff back at the hotel. But I keep my good flashlight. This thing's awesome. I mean, it's incredible. So I just keep that right here. It's easy to get to. So like any incident or problem or situation, you basically can run everything is on this back. And the reason it's this back corner of the car, and the reason I picked it is because I know you can't see right now over there very well, but oh wait, there we go. Because that's a bench seat, so I figure if I take up this corner of the car, I'm only eliminating one passenger position, whereas if I take it up over there, I'm eliminating 2. Obviously that suitcase, but like if we had to put somebody else in the back here, that suitcase can go in the truck bed. This can go in the truck bed, so you could have a full back seat in literally like 10 seconds if we needed it. This is gonna get picked up too. All this stuff goes up here, but it's hanging this up. But it just basically, oh yeah, I didn't show you under here. I'm not gonna open it up, but under here, if you flip up this seat, there's more supplies in there, basically just to restock this. But that's why I picked this back corner, because you can just open the door and then like vest, goggles, stuff like that. It's just all right there, so you don't have to go fiddle fucking through the whole truck. And then that's got blood on it, but I carry the chainsaw mounted in the back like this on that mount, so it doesn't jiggle or rattle, and then the traction board's up there, and then all the straps go in that bucket thing. So it works out really well. So that's kind of what I carry and how.
It's starting to look a little more interesting. Also have line and strengthening coming at you.
I just caught the tail end of that. What was that?
Some of the storms over Lake Charles, that line is kind of strengthening a bit. Maybe some gustier winds.
I'm not even getting lightning from the damn line anymore.
Yeah, some decent velocity on there. I'm not sure how much of that is like contamination though. So, but yeah, it looks like a storm over Lake Charles is starting to mature a little bit. So might be something to watch.
I'm probably just gonna sit right here at this gas station and see what this storm does for a minute, and then probably go south to I-10.
Copy that.
So this storm should be here any second, so let's just stay parked right here because we got good light so we can see the wind and stuff. And then we'll roll. So why is this beeping at me? Oh, it's on Wi-Fi, that's why. Stupid thing. All right, well, this storm, according to radar, will be here in like now. Just waiting. I actually think I hear rain. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for here. I'll be damned. Hold on. Yeah, they just issued one. Oh, am I? Yeah, it's for possible tornado. Really?
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, western Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, northeastern Hardin County in southeastern Texas, northern Orange County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Texas, until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Evadale, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Orange, Lumberton, Silsbee, Vinton, Deweyville, Starks, Evadale, Fields, Morrisville, Quincy, Beulah, Caney Head, Weiss Bluff, Gist, Lunita, Hartburg, Forest Heights, Toomey, Old Salem, and Edgerly. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. At 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.4 north, longitude 75.9 west. Melissa is moving toward the west near 3 miles per hour. A slow westward motion is expected tonight through the end of the weekend. A turn to the north and northeast is forecast on Monday and Tuesday. On the forecast track, the center of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica during the weekend and early next week, and it could be near or over eastern Cuba by the middle of next week. Reports from NOAA and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that maximum sustained winds have increased to near 115 miles per hour with higher gusts. Melissa is a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Continued rapid intensification is forecast during the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. Melissa is expected to be a major hurricane when making landfall in Jamaica early next week. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 25 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 160 miles. The minimum central pressure reported by the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft is 967 millibars, or 20.56 inches. A strong thunderstorm will impact southwestern Beauregard and west central Calcasieu parishes.
God, it's been a long time since I've heard the weather radio read off something about major hurricanes. God, it's been a while. Tornado warning? I don't know why it's tornado warned, but it's tornado warned.
National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning.
It really did.
West
Hold on.
Central Calcasieu Parish and South
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at velocity from
Southwest
POE and
Newton County in
Houston, and I'm
southeastern
not
Texas,
seeing it.
Southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Texas until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:28 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of...
Yeah, there is like a little
moving east at 30
embedded circulation there, maybe. It's hard to pick out.
tornado.
It's almost kind of two of them
Source
on that line.
indicated rotation.
So,
Impact.
yeah, that's
Flying debris will
funny
be
how that worked
dangerous
out.
to those caught without shelter.
Yeah, I see it too, kind of, but I'm surprised they warned that. All right, I'm gonna go down this highway and get to 10 because I gotta get on the other side of this thing, I guess. So we'll just drive right through it.
Damage is likely. This dangerous storm will
Copy
be
that.
just around 10:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Louisville, Devil's Pocket.
All right, tornado warning on this storm now.
Central Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And
We're gonna drive right through where we expect it to go in case there is. We'll see it if there is one.
A strong thunderstorm will impact southwestern Beauregard and west central Calcasieu parishes, southeastern Tyler, southwestern Newton, eastern Hardin, northern Orange, and southeastern Jasper counties through 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Silsbee, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and T-size.
All right, we gotta go. Come on, light.
Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to vegetation and outdoor objects is possible. Locations impacted include...
Oh my God.
Silsbee,
We're gonna just have to go.
Starks, Evadale, Morrisville,
Like what?
Beulah,
That's not fair. We should have got the arrow.
Keeney Hill,
We just got ripped off.
Hartford, Forest Heights, Old Salem, Rice Settlement, Devil's Pocket, and Bancroft. Torrential rainfall is also occurring.
Thank you.
Storm and may lead to localized flooding.
That wasn't very fair.
Vehicle through flooded roadways. Frequent clouds of ground likely to occur
I was about 2 seconds away from just going anyway, to be honest with you.
can strike 10 miles away from a thunderstorm. Take a safe shelter inside a building or vehicle. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, western Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, northeastern Hardin County in southeastern Texas, northern Orange County in southeastern Texas. The severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Hardin County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Beauregard and western Calcasieu parishes, southwestern Newton, northeastern Orange, and southeastern Jasper counties. At 10:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Beulah, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Vinton, Louisville, Starks, Fields, Morrisville, Jacquincy, Beulah, Gist, Lunita, Hartford, Forest Heights, Toomey, Old Salem, Edgerly, Rice Settlement, Devil's Pocket, and Oretta. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Hardin County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Beauregard.
Yeah, we got a more robust circulation pretty much developing right to your south. Just heads up.
Well, what radar site? Because I forgot Lake Charles was even out here. I've been on like POE. Is it Lake Charles?
Yep, Lake Charles.
All right, I'll switch to that one. I totally forgot it was out here. And then you started talking. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. There should be a radar down there. Yeah, use the Lake Charles radar. Alright, I'm on it. I think it's like overhead based on GPS, but I mean, it's not too crazy here yet. I'm going to keep going down this Highway 62.
Copy that.
Oh my god.
Room on the lowest floor of a building.
What the fuck was
The
that?
National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning for west central Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern
Possible tornado. Stand by.
southeastern Texas, southeastern Jasper County, and southeastern Texas
Yeah,
until
stay
11
safe.
p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:20 p.m. Central
Big power
Daylight
flash
Time,
happened, and a big ass branch is sitting on top of my bed cover right now. Something big came out of them trees. Based off of my location right now, does it look like the circulation is north or south of me?
Source, radar indicated location. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur.
Alright, stay put.
Tree damage is likely.
I believe it's a little bit south.
Dangerous storm will be near. Just around
Alright, my latest scan is 2 minutes old. I think I see the circulation on radar. I'm just not for certain here. Negative. Not an area of strong wind. We might actually have had a weak tornado right there, guys.
Avoid windows. Keep your outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from
I got a live sweep coming in. I think I'm going to continue south.
The severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Orange County is canceled.
Copy that.
The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Beauregard and northwestern Calcasieu parishes, southwestern Lethal and southeastern Jasper.
Yeah, there was what looked like a massive power flash behind me, and then all of a sudden these big ass branches started coming down, and it got real wicked real quick there for a second, but it was very confined. So I don't know if it was like a little QLCS, like gust spin up or something or what. But it looks like everything behind us doesn't have power, so I guess it checks out.
Yeah, I think that was a tornado. Definitely a little circulation developing there.
Alright, I think I'm clear from it, I hope.
Yeah, I was losing my laptop, just died, so I'm gonna be using my phone here.
Alright, yeah, it's definitely, I got a new sweep. It definitely would be east of us now. So I think we're good.
I agree.
God, we're getting hosed. tree down. God bless. It's a little one though. Ran it right over. Wow. We might have had a little QLCS spin up there. Not for certain, but it sure seemed like it.
The temperature was extreme. The wind was very low at 5 miles an hour. Lake Powell was cloudy. The temperature was 73.
Another tornado warning for the other spin up. There's 2 of them. Same storm, 2 areas.
Northwestern California, 2 parish from southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County, and southeastern Texas until 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Wright Settlement, or near Buena, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
Oh, we got some metal debris over there.
Windows.
That's probably RFD.
Will occur.
Metal siding or something caught up in the fence.
This dangerous storm will be near.
Not enough to be a whole building, but just a good amount of it.
Fields will meet around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. At 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.4 north, latitude 75.9 west. Melissa is moving toward the westerly 8 miles per hour. A slow westward low speed is expected to rise through the end of the weekend, and turn to the north and northeast through forecast on Monday and Tuesday. On the forecast track, the center of Melissa is expected to move near or over to Lincoln during the weekend and early
Guys, we're traveling south right now on this tornadic storm. It could produce a tornado. Doesn't necessarily look super likely, but it's definitely possible. And for those of you that are wondering why I'm driving down the middle of the road, it is because we've seen a couple of small trees and tree branches down. And if I come up on one, I want to be able to have equal distance on either side of the road to react to it. If a car is coming, we'll move back to our side. This is the safest way to go down the road when we don't know if there's a tree down, okay? So that's how we're going to drive. A lot of cars on this road. Oh my god, where's all these cars coming from? Holy smokes, man. Just want to leave the damn lights on so I can see. It's starting to kind of piss me off a little bit. I mean, it's not their fault, but still, Jesus. All right, about 4 miles, we're going to have a road that's going to take us northeast and keep us up with the storm. We're going to slide in behind it.
It looks like there's another kind of circulation on the leading edge of this to the southeast. It's like it keeps spinning up circulations to the south.
Yeah, I see like 3 of them. I'm going to take that, I think it's 12 that goes northeast in like a couple of miles here.
Copy that. Yeah, I can't really tell from the Lake Charles stuff, but it's a good sign that we're seeing the convection actually starting to deepen a bit. So, might be a chance for streets in front of us.
Sorry for the silence, folks. I'm just trying to concentrate here and make a plan.
Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in Texas include Fields, Greenville, Quincy, Stark, Rice Settlement, Devil's Pocket, Bonita, Loretta, and Edgerly. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time for West Central Calcasieu Parish, southwestern Newton and southern Jasper counties. At 10:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near just 47 miles southeast of Una, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Louisville and Devil's Pocket around 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Starks around 10:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jasper County.
Both tornado warnings in effect, they're for the same storm. They're just for different areas because the storm's got more than one area of circulation on it. In about 1.5 miles, if even, I'm about to take a left turn on Highway 12. Highway 12's got to take us northeast. That'll keep us basically right behind the tornado. So we're about 4 miles behind where the tornado would form if it forms. And I'm fine with that because this time of the night, you're not going to see the damn things. And if it does hit somebody, then we can, we'll have time to sneak in there and help them out. But one thing to note back there, now that it's calmed down a little bit with the rain, I do think that we drove through a very weak tornado. You guys know that I am very against people calling everything tornadoes because everybody calls everything a tornado anymore. Oh, it got windy. I got windy. Oh, let's tornado. No. But I actually do think that was a weak tornado. Because if you heard, I said, what the hell is that? And you could just see like a swath in the trees, like to the right of the road. With the lightning, you could see it's almost like the trees were just bending down in like a channel. Like it looked like a big, gust front coming through, but it was like a narrow section. And that's when I started pulling to the left of the center line in case the trees started coming down, and then that's when all these big ass branches started coming down. So, and then after we kind of got through there and I went to go pull in, there was a big freaking power flash off behind me and all the house lights behind me turned off. So I would imagine that was probably a weak QLCS tornado, like a very weak one. Nothing to really even be concerned about, I guess, but you can get these little spin-ups that happen on the front of these storms all the time, and it might have only lasted 10 seconds, who knows, but I think it was. But I can't say for certain. I didn't have any visual confirmation. It's pitch black out, but it lined up with radar, so.
Yeah, tornado down in Deweyville, I believe. Me and Keenan are seeing something there. We're not too sure, but there might be some CC there. That is to your northeast, I believe. It doesn't look like it would have been very strong. Also, yeah, there's definitely like supercell structure peeking out over Lake Charles now. Looks like a street starting to get a hook.
When you say Deweyville, is that close to Highway 12 or is that farther north?
That's on Highway 12, yeah. It's to your northeast.
Alright, I'm on 12 now, so I'm heading that way.
Copy that. And yeah, keep an eye out for that storm on Lake Charles. That would be moving northeast. That might do something.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southern Lincoln County in southeastern Texas, northeastern Orange County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Texas, until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near South Creek to near Devil's Pocket to near Morrisville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Lake Charles, Sulphur, Orange, Vidor, Westlake, West Orange, Beacon, Kerberville, Maryville, Singer, Louisville, Moss Bluff, Quincy, Ragley, Carl, Stark, Field, Bon Ware, Morrisville, and Gist. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room and assist.
This is unconfirmed, guys, but just based off of our own radar, internally watching the radar, there may have been some signatures that there may have been some sort of like weak tornado or brief tornado or something that may have lofted some sort of debris, like tree debris or leaves, up into the radar beam and got detected possibly on CC. obviously the Weather Service hasn't switched that to an observed tornado warning, so there probably isn't a tornado down, but there may have been something weak that formed. You know, something weak or brief, kind of like we saw back there that I drove through. So, you know, this isn't me telling you that there's definitely a tornado coming to your house or anything if you're in this warning, but listen, I mean, the chances are there that these could spin tornadoes up for sure. So that was up there by the Deweyville area, which is just up the road from me on Highway 12. So if you're in the path of these storms, and of course you can track these in Radar Omega or the SciCrad app, you can find them. There are download links in there's a link in the top of the YouTube chat where you can find a download link for those. You can track this tornado warning for yourself, and obviously watch my live stream and everything in it too. But if you're in the path of these tornado warnings, I would definitely take these ones seriously. I think these ones are potentially the real deal here, you know, if they decide to spin up. I am going to see if I can get around this guy, because he's barely moving. I mean, we're down to 30. I mean, it's raining, but we can do a little better than 30. And honestly, his four-way flashers are blind. Amber alert. I don't have time for an Amber alert right now.
The National Weather Service from Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Calhoun Parish and southwestern Louisiana, south central Newton County, and southeastern Texas until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Stars, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated location. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near. Starts and lead around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Edge will be around 11:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Also around 11:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Carlites and Bula around 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This includes Interstate 10 and Louisiana between mile markers 15 and 23. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The tornado warning for west central Calhoun Parish, southwestern Lincoln, and southern Jasper County.
Alright, so the tornado warning has been extended. They're just extending that because number one, the storm was going to move out of the current polygon, and number two, the time. You know, they want to keep it in effect for as long as needed here. That hit something very close to me.
Indefinite measure showing up on that Lake Charles
I can't. I don't even know where it's at. So I guess let me know if something happens. But I can't even get my eyes off the road long enough to see what this one's doing.
Yeah, copy that. It's pretty much right over Lake Charles, going northeast from there. So if you still got 12, you should be able to get there. You know, meet up with it at some point.
Alright, we're slicing in behind this thing, so if a tornado forms and hits somebody, we're going to be right on it. That's honestly, guys, that's kind of what I do intentionally on these types of storms, because if I'm in front of the damn thing and if it comes down, then we have to run away from it, and we can't. Really no good way to help anybody. So we come in behind these things because there's no way to even see them at night. So if we come in behind these things, you know, and there's damage, then we know it's there and we can stop. So that's the game plan here. We're only like 4 miles behind it. We're closing that gap. Guys, we're getting on it here. If you disagree with this, it's fine, let me know. But I think I'm gonna take 109, which goes southeast into Lake Charles, and then go east, because it almost looks like, to me anyway, that this is wrapping up south of 12 and looks like it's moving more east than northeast.
No, I agree. I think that's a good plan. Kind of just he's trying to spin up stuff south, like on the leading edge. I'll see if that's a good position for the supercell to the east too.
Yeah, well, and that was my thought here. It's like, well, since this thing keeps doing stuff farther south, like if I go up 12, it's just going to put us in the rain the whole way. This kind of gets us, you know, if it keeps going farther south and hits like town or something, then we're in the vicinity.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
I take that back. I'm actually not taking 109. I'm taking whatever that road that is that goes diagonal, but whatever, same thing. Sorry about the signal, folks. Can't help it. I'm trying. Be out of the dead zone here in about 5 minutes or so, guys. Just hold on. Holy smokes! Oh, I hope you guys saw that. That was the best thing to happen all night. That was like right there. Trust me, I had to see it in person. I'm surprised we have signal at all on this road right now. So we got to get down there toward, we're going to go to an east option. I opted to go south instead of continuing northeast because it looks like the storm is favoring developing circulations on the south side of it. So this puts us in a better position. You know, if it does form a tornado, we'll be in a better position down here than if we were up there, because it keeps dropping the area that's trying to form a tornado farther south. We'll be on a better road here soon. We're right where we need to be. Oh, it's freaking rain. 5 more miles of this? About 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, now I can hear myself think again. We just want to get east. So this is tornado warning, but it's not producing. So the name of the game is to just we're at the dead zone. God damn it. Okay, so this thing's not producing a tornado. We just need to get east, all right? The name of the game is just get east. So we're gonna use the interstate or something here. Just about into Lake Charles. You guys see that constant lightning up ahead?
Louisiana 388. At the stop sign, turn right onto Louisiana 388.
All right, Google Maps will take it from here for us. All right, that actually, that was kind of a shortcut.
Turn left onto US 90 East.
And honestly, that worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. If this guy is leaving his high beams on, really?
Stop sign, turn left onto US 90 East. Continue on US 90 East for 14 miles.
Gusty winds could knock down trees and blow around unsecured objects. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted include Pasadena, Maryland, League City, Sugar Land, Baytown, Missouri City, Kansas City, Trentwood, Lockport, Dearborn, Rosenberg, Alvin, Jefferson, Stafford, South Houston, Bel Air, West University Place,
Yep, the name of the game now is East.
It's kind of two storms I'm watching right now. There's the one north of Lake Charles that actually looks pretty decent. And there's also one south of there, kind of just coming up right now. It's like over the radar site. I feel like the south one's going to be the one to watch because that's going to have unimpeded access to the little jet.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of choices because roads. So I'm hoping so because we can just go east on 10 and then just peel off it or whatever because, I mean, this is not chaseable out here. So I'm probably leaning toward whatever the most southern one is anyway.
Copy that.
Yeah, the lightning's really intense, guys. It's almost constant. Not quite, but almost. It's kind of a band of storms forming out ahead of this line. That's kind of what we're headed toward. We'll catch that here in no time. All right, so the tornado warning might actually expire. I think the attention now is going to turn toward that band of storms that's forming out, kind of like right over Lake Charles and then north, along a line from like Lake Charles to the northeast. That's why we're just driving east at this point, and we'll get going on the interstate soon. But they're moving, you know, half the speed we are, so we'll catch up on them. But like I said, if something does happen, tornado hits a town or something, it's actually better to be behind the storm than in front of it in this case because, you know, you can actually come across the damage and render some sort of assistance versus just driving around. Because it's different it's different during the day when you can see these things, but at night you just can't. Because honestly, there's like no point in even trying at night, honestly, when it comes to these tornadoes. In this area anyway, you really kind of just need to follow in like a mile or two behind them on their tail, really. Yep, tornado warning's gone now, but severe thunderstorm warning remains.
National Weather Service. Tornado warning in this area until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter.
Yeah, right now there's nothing on the radar screen that, like, gives me any sort of concern. But, like I said, those areas of interest just up like maybe 5 miles to our east, those areas, yeah, like I'm obviously watching those, but like I don't think we have an imminent tornado threat right now, which is good. I really want to get ahead of this car. It's kind of a slow poke. It is 50 through here. Well, now it's 40, but... Yeah, we're gonna get dumped on again for a minute or two here. Little storm cell forming over top of us, about to merge with the line. I wonder if that's gonna do anything. Well, we made it this far without a red light, so we're doing pretty good. Might be a new record. Dude, it ain't gonna get any greener. You're driving a frickin' Charger that's probably stolen with a... Like, floor it, dude. Sorry, that was a funny. Somebody's probably offended by it, but it's a joke, because Dodge Chargers are always stolen, so... It's a joke. Alright, one of you guys needs to get frickin' going here. You're both driving these cars that you think go fast, so they need to at least go the speed limit. We're doing 33 in a frickin' 50. Are you kidding me right now? Like, are you doing this on purpose? Now we're doing 31 in a 50. Okay, no, you just don't know where you're turning, but your buddy up here don't know how to drive either, so... For Christ's sakes. God dang, give me a break, buddy, really? This car sounds like crap, too. I don't know if that's just his exhaust or if it's supposed to, like, that sounds terrible. Yeah, we're doing 33 in the 50 and it's sprinkling, and you're driving a frickin' Mustang that he probably brags to all of his friends about how fast it goes. Tells everybody, oh yeah, it goes so fast. Still not even doing the speed limit. We're gonna have to get around this dude. No ifs, ands, or buts about it here. So we got a job to do. Well, you know what? At least this guy gets a couple bonus points. At least he uses his freaking turn signal. So many people don't do that anymore, so good job for this guy for using his turn signal. That's really nice to see for once. It's been a while. I don't see that often anymore. It's good for him. Yeah, I feel like this should be like a 35-mile-an-hour road, but no, it's definitely 50. So Google Maps tells me 50. It feels like it should be 30, so, or 35, but no, the sign is there, so it must be 50. So, okay, I don't know what to tell you guys. We'll just keep going east. I don't know what Google Maps is doing. I feel like I should be on the interstate by now. The lightning is good. I don't know what to think, guys. This almost like confluence band looking line of storms out ahead of this really is probably the target, but it's just, we had that area, that time period back there where it peaked in intensity and we had the tornado warnings and crap, but it's almost like we're back to what we were, where it doesn't want to surpass a certain threshold here again. So something's not right with this severe weather setup. Like, I think we had the timing pretty decent. Like, I think pretty much everybody's forecast, whether it was private or SPC or what, agreed that this was a nocturnal.
I think the line behind you is about to try to spin up another tornado to your west, pretty much.
All right. Yeah, I was watching anywhere that these might merge into that bottom part of that line. It looks like one of them just did, so I'll keep an eye on that. I'm trying to find where this thing takes me to the damn interstate. You know what? I think I'm down here by where the that Chase building was that got smoked in Laura. This all looks really familiar, this like refinery over here. So I think I know where I'm at. I'm gonna try to get to I-10 and like either determine if we're gonna blast east or just sit and watch that for a minute. I'm not sure yet. I think I know where I'm at, guys.
Copy that. Yeah, the south to east is looking slightly more interesting, so I'm really not sure what's going to be the more robust threat here.
I think I remember this refinery from Laura, Hurricane Laura. See, I was late to Laura. I didn't actually get to where I should. Like, I came in like 8 hours late, but yeah, like all the trees are shredded and stuff here from Hurricane Laura. Was that 2020? 2019, 18, 19, I don't know. All right, we're on I-10, great. I remember this, there's this big refinery over here to the left, or whatever it is. I actually don't know what it is. It looks like a refinery. It's probably a refinery. Yeah, because here the casinos and crap are down here, so. That big, some of you guys remember the building that had all the damage, the Chase Bank building? That got tore down, but that was up here on the right, maybe a mile or so. right. They, sounds like they just reissued the severe warning. It's possible tornado and 60 miles an hour wind.
Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, here's the big, I think this is the big bridge, right? Or is that the next one?
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
I think it's this one. The bridge is so steep you like can't see the other side and you feel like you're just gonna drive off of it. It's a cool bridge. But yeah, so yep, all the casinos and stuff. There's the Golden Nugget down there. So that's the parking garage down there to the right that pretty much everybody was at because it was like the best place to be. Yeah, this bridge is nuts.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, Beauregard Parish, southwestern Louisiana, north central Calcasieu Parish, southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Verdun Parish in west central Louisiana, western LN Parish, southwestern Louisiana, until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending.
All right, that can shut up now. I'm tired of listening to it. God dang, this road sucks. I know you're in freaking Louisiana. No offense, guys, but I swear Louisiana's got the worst interstate maintenance. I'm just looking at reflectivity. There's still some storms coming off the water. Nothing looks that great. That storm back there behind us, back by Sulphur, looks kind of intense, but nothing is really catching my eye right now. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. But I mean, the tornado threat definitely materialized here, and that could materialize more even, but this just kind of goes to show that, you know, sometimes these events, like I said earlier, these events don't always get started until late. And that's really hard from a live streaming perspective because, like, when you're trying to live stream stuff, like, you're usually in a hurry for something to happen because sitting in a parking lot is lame. And it makes you anxious and stuff, and then you're kind of like, it's almost like it gets tiring to sit there and wait, but like realistically we could have just sat in a parking lot until about 10 o'clock tonight. That's when the event started, but you don't know that, you know. We don't have crystal balls. Wish we did, but I really thought that it was going to be the Corpus Christi to Houston area though, because last night HRRR even early this morning was really hell-bent on that, but you know, it's apparently not. So another warning coming out now. I don't know what it is. Special Marine? It's got to be a Special Marine, because I didn't get a push for it.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a flash flood warning.
Oh, flash flood warning.
North central Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, central Verdun Parish in west central Louisiana, until 3:15
How come I don't see it? Oh, it's way up there, that's why. That's way to our north.
Central Daylight Time. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen.
Yeah, the lightning is our friend at night. That's really the only way we can see anything. Otherwise, it's pitch black. But, you know, I do like chasing at night, but you don't really end up with a lot to show for it, because even if a giant tornado crosses the road in front of you, you just have no idea, you know. So that's why I kind of just like tail the storm like this. Like during the day, you'll never see me doing this. So talk about like how the second you get behind it, you kind of get screwed. But at night, I don't mind it because you're not going to see anything, and then plus we can see better lightning. And, you know, if a tornado does come down and blow a town apart, then we can do something
Gotta be
about
a
it.
mesovortex tornado to your west, over I-10 pretty much, west of Lake Charles.
I see that little kink in the line right over the road there.
Yeah, it's gearing up. The one to the east is also looking okay still.
Yeah, guys, there is a little, like, QLCS spin-up trying to happen between, it looks like, Sulphur and Lake Charles. Basically where we just came from. I'm not turning around for it because it's moving this way, and who knows, it could last 10 seconds if it happens, but velocity is trying to tighten up, and there is a little bit of like a comma shape in the line there. So, wow, look at the cumulus structure there to the top right. So it is very yeah, they just tornado warned it. Yeah, they just warned it. Just stay put for a second before we know what it does.
Copy that. If it's like a 2-second burn fart, then just keep moving. But yeah, keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Lake Charles and Westlake around 11:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This includes the following highways: Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 21 and 40. Interstate 210 between mile markers 1 and 12.
We're gonna get off on this business loop. We'll get back on the interstate if we need to. We just need to stay put in case this tornado actually comes down.
Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home,
If it doesn't come down, we'll just continue on our way. We can jump back on easy.
Looking like a pretty notable tornado. If it touches down, that's a pretty decent couplet on it.
Copy that. I'm pulling over to look at radar.
The center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.4.
Oh, we just lose the weather radio.
I think it's on the ground too. CC is kind of weird, but I think it might be on the ground.
We're talking right here at Hollywood. Oh man, look at that. Come on, CC. Oh, it's hard to tell, maybe. Here's our little couplet. Let's track this. It's moving. Oh, sorry, that's really bright, isn't it? It's overexposed, sorry. Maybe if I turn these on. It's tracking due west. Looks like it's tracking due west right toward me.
Continued rapid intensification is forecast during the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. Melissa is expected to be a major hurricane when making landfall.
It's easier to show you reflectivity on this one.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty notable TDS now. Yeah, that's on the ground.
Let's see if we can see what he's seeing here. I don't see it. Am I blind? I'll be honest with you, I'm not see it. Oh, it's the, okay, I see it now. It's the color table. It's because I got a purple tornado warning behind it. I didn't see the hole. The TDS is probably right here. It's because there's a purple tornado
Yeah, it's kind of
warning.
hard to see, but you can definitely see it clear as day on GR. It's definitely had debris for at least 3 or 4 scans now.
There's this purple tornado warning box behind it, and it's kind of masking it. That's why. Maybe I need to change the color of those tornado warnings. No, everything is going east, guys. Everything's moving straight east. Why can't I? God damn it. Why can't YouTube? Why is YouTube trying to play me ads on my own live stream? Give me a break. We're going to stay put right here for a second, guys. Because it's coming right this way, basically. Because sometimes these things don't last very long. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
With only isolated road closures expected. Additional details, reports of minor coastal flooding at Orange.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually going to stay down or not, but I'll give it another couple of scans. If it stays down, I'll make sure I'm not smoked by it, but it is coming right here.
Take the necessary actions to protect property. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles.
Yeah, copy that. I'm kind of interested to see what that it's going to do once the line nudges it, but definitely this QLCS circulation looks quite a bit more robust than anything that Discrete's doing right now.
It's taken on this little like merger thing here from the south in a minute. Looks like it might have just lost it. Hold on here, where I got a new scan coming in.
Until midnight Central Daylight Time for southeastern Calcasieu Parish.
No, I think it's still there. This thing is very close to the radar site. It's really hard to see unless you like look for it. Well, I shouldn't say that it's hard to see, but you have to kind of know what you're looking for because it's not this like classic in-your-face thing.
It's now observed.
Copy that. Yeah, you kind of really got to look for it, don't you? Being this close to the radar site.
Yeah, it really doesn't help.
Yeah, I'm looking up several tilts on GR.
There's this Business 90 here, and I can get back on I-10.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
So I'm just gonna try to find somewhere to maybe park and watch, because like I can only do so much, because if I get on I-10 I'm gonna be kind of landlocked here, but I'm gonna stay in this area and then ready to blast east so we don't fall behind it. Any information on Lake Charles? Confirmed tornado on the west side of town.
Copy that. From what I can tell, it is still on the ground. It's a bit of a light TDS, but it looks to still be on the ground.
Yeah, definitely still on the ground.
11:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm.
Tornado warning here, Lake Charles. There's a tornado maybe 4 to 5 miles west of Lake Charles, about 2 miles west of Lake Charles, give or take, depending on where you draw the line for Lake Charles. New reflectivity sweep came in. Looks like the little Popeye, the Sailor Man arm is coming in a little more intense now. Yeah, the last rapid sweep shows the reflectivity, the little arm, the appendage coming back a little stronger now, so I don't think it's quite done yet. So can I not go this way? Are you shitting me?
Turn around. Don't drown when encountering a flooded road.
Continue on US 171 north for half a mile.
Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. This is the NOAA Weather Radio KHB 42 in Lake Charles, the voice of
Head
the
west
National
on
Weather
Fruge
Service.
Street toward US 171 north,
The
then turn
National
right
Weather
onto
Service
US
in Lake
171
Charles
north.
has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for western Jefferson Davis Parish.
I don't think they have storm sirens in this town.
Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:37.
Yeah, this is going right into Lake Charles. Not good.
Over Sulphur, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
At the light, turn right onto US 171 north.
Copy.
West on US 90 west.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do with it, to be honest with you, other than just, I guess, run away from it when it's time to run away from it. I mean, I guess I can tell you this far, from what I can see, I don't see anything from here. I mean, I can see, like, low clouds, but, I mean, if I see anything crazy, I'll try to pick it out. It's just so heavily wooded here that you can't see squat till it's on top of you.
Gotcha. If it's still on the ground, you might be able to see some power flashes or something.
That's a good
I'm
point.
not convinced it'll be on the ground the entire time because it's a massive vortex tornado, but at least from what I can tell right now, it still is.
Yeah, it's kind of looking for power flashes. It's even hard to see them because I can't tell the damn difference between them and the lightning right now.
For southwestern Louisiana. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, Riverside Parish, southwestern Louisiana, north central Calhoun Parish.
I got a westbound service road here that takes me about a mile west and then loops me back around on I-10. I'm going to take that. It'll put us a little bit closer, but it'll get us the ability to run the hell away when we need to. So, it's about as good as we can do.
Copy that. Looks to be very light CC. Probably still on the ground. Couplet's still there. It's persisting, at least to the scan.
Yeah, so what's happening, guys, is we could have a tornado that's up and down, or we could just have a weak tornado, or we could just have a tornado that was down and lifted and the debris hasn't totally fallen out of the radar beam yet. So we could have a lot of things, but what we can say for certain is at least at some point this thing was down. It was producing a tornado just west of Lake Charles. If it's not producing a tornado right now, it could be producing another one again very soon. So be paying attention if you're in this area, seriously, because this is the real deal right now.
South on South Shattuck Street, Belden Street, then turn left onto Belden Street. Take the next left onto Belden Street, then use the left lane to take the ramp. Head south on South Shattuck Street toward Winterhalter Street, then turn left onto Whitman. Head east on Belden Street toward White Street. In 1,000 feet, use the left lane to take the ramp to US 90 East.
Yeah, velocity is still impressive enough. There's an old gas station. Let's pull into it right here. This is exactly what we needed. Just needed somewhere to pull off that it wasn't somebody's yard.
Left lane to take the ramp to US 90 East, then merge onto I-10 East.
So what we're watching for is power flashes. Yeah, dude, you know, your service brakes work too. So we're watching for power flashes, and I'm not... Oh, I wonder if that was one. Which direction am I looking? I'm looking pretty... We're looking almost due west. I don't... Oh, man, I don't know, guys. Here's the thing, like I said, I mean, it could be up and down, it could be... There's a lot that could be going on right now. But even if it's not down, understand that it could come down real quick with very little... Oh my God! Massive power flash. It's down. If somebody could tweet that, that was a massive power flash just to my due west, southwest, just south of the interstate there, right where we would expect it. Yeah, that. We need to go. All right, I'm a little nervous of that one. That was close, so I'm getting on eastbound 10.
Service in Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning for west central Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, east central Calcasieu Parish, southwestern Louisiana, until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a tornado-producing storm was located over Lake Charles, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: radar confirmed tornado.
Power flash, I think. I don't think that was lightning.
Dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic storm will be near Lake Charles, Highway, Moss Bluff, and LeBlue Settlement around midnight Central Daylight Time. This includes the following highways: Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 27 and 47. Interstate 210 near mile marker 2 in between mile markers 5 and 12. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now.
All right, watch for a power flash over there. About to dump rain on me though. Yeah.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jefferson Davis Parish in southwestern Louisiana, Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, north central Calcasieu Parish in
I know it's blurry and nasty on there because of all the water, guys, but just understand that we need to keep this camera angle. If you see power flashes, you know, then we'll know. We're just looking for big, not lightning, but power flashes. You'll know the difference when you see one, trust me. You'll know the difference. Power flash is going to be a lot brighter than the lightning, and it's also going to look like it came from the ground, like a big glow. So you'll know the difference. If it's not obvious, then it's not one.
The storm's taking a merger. Circulation's pretty broad now. I think it's going to shift south like it's been doing. I'm seeing some potential circulations to the south, south of Lake Charles.
All right, looks like we're doing good going east here then.
Agreed. So, yeah, I would expect more mesovortex type tornadoes as these cells move off to the north-northeast, or northeast-east.
I do believe that tornado was down when we saw that power flash. It was just way too close for my comfort at night, not being able to see it. Not being able to know exactly how long it takes to get out of here, so. This merger that's coming in right now with this other storm that's bumping into this one definitely is causing it to loosen up its rotation a little bit, so that might spare everybody here for a couple of minutes, but it's possible this could reform another area of rotation. A lot of times all that spin and that energy doesn't just dissipate, it just kind of gets transferred down the line, so not guaranteeing that this thing is going to produce another one in a different spot, but it's definitely possible. This is a tornado warning that we probably should be taking seriously, guys. You know, I know you get told tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens, but this is one that you really need to be paying attention to. No, it is not through Lake Charles yet, no. It's going to be about 15-20 minutes. Keep on it. This tornado warning goes out quite a ways to the east. So NWS is definitely anticipating this potentially doing something further down the line. So, and I think that's reasonable. Alright, we're back front facing again. Well, that was something. So we're going to continue here east, our best bet. This line is kind of engulfing these little storms out ahead of it. So we'll see what happens if these storms kind of interact with this line or not. I mean, they might not. I mean, they might kill the thing too, you know. So I think the tornado risk on this one has really come down some, but take it seriously, guys. I mean, if it produced once, it could produce again, and honestly, these QLCS tornadoes, like, it's really hard for the Weather Service to issue warnings on them. You know, they spin up very quick with little warning. It really is hard for them to stay on top of them. And it's nothing that they're doing that's wrong, it's just, it's the nature of this.
I think the next circulation we need to watch is just east of Lake Charles radar site. It's about
miles to your southwest. So as that moves,
Oh, I see it.
you know, east northeast, might try to spin up something.
All right, I see it now. Yeah, south of I-10. Well, this has been a hell of a morning, evening. All right, so we're issuing a new severe warning, but that's down there for the southern part of the line. That's nothing to write home about yet.
National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Cameron Parish, southwestern Louisiana, south central Calhoun Parish, southwestern Louisiana, until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Grand Lake, moving at 20 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Cameron, Grand Lake, Washington National Wildlife Refuge, Atkins Corner, Temperance Marina, Sweet Lake, and Storm. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spawn a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. The tornado watch remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Louisiana. The tornado warning remains in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time for west central Jefferson.
Yeah, they might. Oh, hold on, they're doing something else now.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a special marine warning for Calhoun Lake until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:11 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a strong thunderstorm was located near Cameron, moving southeast at 25 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Cameron. The tornado watch remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Louisiana and adjacent coastal waters. Move to safe harbor until the hazardous weather passes. The tornado warning remains in effect until 12:30 a.m.
All right, we're gonna continue east, but we've got an option up here in Welsh, or Walsh, whatever it is, to drop south if we want to. I don't think we need to right now, though. might want to just stop and see if this circulation develops. So that's the thing with this, like, these QLCS spin-ups, like, you can get a good circulation going and then it craps out and then it forms in a new location. They're really frustrating. Probably about due to issue new severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of this line, because the line is about past the severe warnings. And they went ahead and dropped that tornado warning, which makes sense. I agree with that. It's just constant lightning out here. So despite the doubts that we had, our severe weather event definitely has formed. So HRRR was right, kind of, just not the recent runs of it. Because initially it wanted to have a just purely nighttime event with nothing during the day, and then it changed its mind, but it was right the first time. This isn't going to be that long of a night, guys. It's not a big deal. Eventually, this is going to turn into more of a wind threat than anything. Because it's really messy. Like, this doesn't have, like, some organized confluence band feeding it. So, like, this is a very messy event. Does not give me any sort of thought that it doesn't, I have no thinking that makes me believe this is going to be like a dangerous tornado producer for the next 12 hours or anything. I mean, yeah, it's going to have tornado potential, obviously, but this thing's kind of meager overall. We're going to pull off up here for a minute. We need to watch that circulation to the south. Yeah, once this gets east, like maybe closer to Lafayette, I mean, honestly, it's a lot of the action's probably going to tame down on it, I would imagine.
Head southeast toward North Adams Street. In half a mile, merge onto I-10 East.
We might even want to entertain dropping south for a few miles, just in case this does spin up. Oh my god, guys, no offense, Louisiana, I can't do these roads. Jesus. They are so bad.
I-10 East ramp. In 400 feet, turn right onto Kelly Street. Turn right onto Kelly Street, then turn right onto North Elm Street.
We might want to just start. I'm going to start driving south for a minute. I want to see if they issue a warning on this or anything, but maybe just get through the stoplights just in case. You know what, guys? I was here for that blizzard. You guys remember the blizzard in the winter? Or in January when we had like a damn near a foot of snow. Well, it was probably more like 6 inches of snow. We had the blizzard warning down here. Oh, I can't go. Are you freaking kidding? There we go. I was in this town. I remember driving through this Walsh or whatever it is. I remember this now. So yeah, that was the last time I was down here was when there was snow on the ground, which is just unheard of. Ah, shoot. Oh, turning sharp. I about missed that one. I think they just tornado warned it. Yeah, sure did. Good thing we started driving south.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Cameron Parish, southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Calcasieu Parish, southwestern Louisiana, until 12:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:22 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Homewood, or 7 miles west of Hayes, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Hayes around 12:25 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Bell City. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Coastal flood advisory now in effect until 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Alright, well, if everything goes according to plan, this should be pretty much just driving right to this thing. Jesus.
Weather Service. Tornado warning in this area until...
Yep, heard you the first time. No, there's no confirmation of this tornado, but it's also out in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know if we would even see CC drop from it. It's kind of flat down here. It's really not a whole lot for it just to hit. There's trees and everything, but it's a lot of flat areas where there's nothing. This thing's moving east, but it's taking its time. I don't know if this thing's going to be down on the ground or not. I don't even know if the circulation will survive this long. But at least we'll be in the area. Oh shit, they just want confirmed on it.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
Okay.
Damage to roofs,
interesting.
Windows, and vehicles will occur.
Right.
Tree damage is likely. This tornado will be near. Haze around 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations
I don't know if you said
affected by
something,
this
but if it was about the tornado, yeah, I saw it.
include Bell City. To repeat,
Yeah, when observed, and it looks like it's falling apart. So it might have been a really brief tornado. Looks like it's kind of going more broad.
avoid windows.
Yeah, it's weird.
If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest
That might have been a one and done.
shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. A special marine warning remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas, Calvary Lake at 12:16 a.m. Central Daylight Time. A strong thunderstorm was located near Cameron, moving southeast at 25 knots. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar indicated.
Where did you learn how to drive? You're all over the road. Dude, there's nobody else on the road and I'm trying to eat a bag of chips and the chips keep falling down between my pants and the seat and I'm trying to fish them out. Give me a little bit of a break here. Christ.
Until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Louisiana and adjacent coastal waters.
God dang.
Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Thunderstorms can produce sudden water spouts. Water spouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately.
Okay, that was pretty cool.
This is the NOAA Radio KHB 42 in Lake Charles, the voice of the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Cameron Parish, southwestern Louisiana, south central Calcasieu Parish, southwestern Louisiana, until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Grand Lake, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts. Source, radar indicated.
That was a great spot right there to stop. Son of a...
To roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in
I'm sure there'll be another one down here. I don't feel like turning around.
Grand Lake, Blackhawk National Wildlife Refuge, Hackett's Corner, Hebert's Marina, Swede Lake, and Jeep Storm. Remain alert for a possible tornado.
Yeah, the circulation looks like crap right now.
Severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
did severe warn it again.
The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson Davis Parish in southwestern Louisiana, West Central Acadia Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Must be their way of giving up on the tornado warning.
Parish in southwestern Louisiana until 1:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Homewood or near Hayes, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour wind gusts.
Yeah, let's just continue south on this one. And then east. Probably going to drop that warning. I don't see why they wouldn't.
If you spot a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Louisiana. This is the NOAA Weather Radio KHP 42 in Lake Charles, the voice of the National Weather Service. At 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.4 north, latitude 75.9
Continue on Louisiana 14 east for 9
Melissa
miles.
is moving toward the west near 3 miles per hour. A slow westward motion is expected tonight through the end of the weekend. A turn to the north and northeast is forecast on Monday and Tuesday. On the forecast track, the center of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica during the weekend and early next week, and it could be near or over eastern. The tornado warning for northeastern Cameron and southeastern Calhoun parishes is canceled.
Alright, they dropped the tornado warning.
Storm which prompted the warning this weekend. Therefore, the warning has been canceled.
guess we're gonna go through like Lake Arthur. Windy out. Guys, I think the name of the game now is to get to like Lake Arthur and then you probably jump back up to I-10. Here we come up to Lake Arthur and we'll go back north to I-10. There's really nothing right now that I'm worried about, honestly, guys. This whole thing is really messy. A tornado watch in effect as well for the area. I kind of forgot about that. They issued that a while ago, but I totally forgot about it. I don't think that the tornado risk is going to be, to say this carefully, so I don't want to miscommunicate it here. I don't think the tornado risk is really anything I would be concerned about tonight. But I think that you need to have a way some sort of a way to make sure you're going to get a warning if there is one, because it's definitely not zero. You know, there is still, you know, a decent tornado risk. But honestly, folks, like, I think our main tornado risk just happened, like, over the past 2 hours. You know, I don't want you to take that as like some sort of an all clear, because it's not. It's definitely not some sort of an all clear signal, but I think this is going to be good news for people, because it's a pretty skinny squall line. It's only like 10 miles wide. Once this thing hits you, if you're in the area, it's going to be over pretty quick. Strong winds, especially south of I-10. It's most organized south of I-10, but this thing stretches all the way up there into central Louisiana. But up there in central Louisiana, there's definitely more rain, but it's very sloppy, and it looks, I don't know, it looks a lot less intense, but there's going to be a lot more rain up there, because there's like this big blob attached to the front of the line.
It seems like the outflow boundary or its gust front's getting out in front of it now, so I think it's probably wrapping up for tornado potential.
Yeah, and it's any organized part of it is getting pushed so far south, it's damn near going to be out over the Gulf before too long.
Yeah, pretty much. And the convection coming ashore is just not looking great either, so I think it's, yeah, I'm starting to see things wind down here.
Yeah, I'm just going to get back up to I-10 and just go east unless something happens.
Copy that. Yeah, I looked at the 0Z NAM for tomorrow as well, and it does agree with the HRRR for Mobile area around late afternoon into evening for potential discretes.
Yeah, if I go to Lafayette, that would probably be doable, because it's only a 3.5 hour drive.
1,000 feet, continue straight onto Louisiana 380.
Hopefully not too bad.
Continue straight onto Louisiana 380 East, 8th Street. Continue on Louisiana 380 East for 3/4 of a mile.
Outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with these storms that may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. The tornado watch remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time for central and southwestern Louisiana. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, West Central Acadia Parish, southwestern Louisiana.
In a 1/4 mile, turn left onto Louisiana 26 West.
Louisiana until 1:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Homewood, 4 near Hayes, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source,
At the light, turn left onto Louisiana 26 West.
expect damage to roof, siding, and trees.
Could get gas. What's the gas price? $2.69. We'll get it somewhere else. It's cheaper elsewhere.
Phantom, Hayes, Pine
I don't need it that bad.
Cornwell, Homewood, Bell City, Roanoke, Atchison, and Hathaway. Remain alert
Continue
for
on
possible
Louisiana
tornadoes.
26 West for 11
Tornadoes
miles.
can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Spawn a tornado, go at once into a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lower
Yeah, let's just go back. Holy crap, that lightning's awesome. Let's just go back up to I-10 and go east. We're going to get into a little bit of rain, but we'll get out ahead of it again. I hate driving in blinding rain. We'll get out of it real quick, though. Well, the lightning made tonight worth it. I mean, honestly. Alright, we got like 7 minutes back to I-10. We're about to get just dumped on with rain here too. Any minute now it's gonna start dumping, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know if tomorrow will be a chase day or not. We'll see what it looks like in the morning, because obviously I'm not going to be able to keep up with this thing tonight. Like, if this thing rolls through frickin' I don't know, frickin' Pensacola at 1 p.m. Like, that will never catch that. But if we've got redevelopment later on, then yeah, potentially. That's some really intense lightning over there just outside the truck, it seemed like. Yeah, we gotta go through this little town called Jennings, which will take about 6 seconds. And then we can just jump on the interstate. Holy shit. That was nuts. God, gas is expensive down here. I don't even remember the last time that I was down south of I-10 here. Alright, this should be the interstate like any second now. At 239 for gas, and what was it back there? Like quarter mile back, it was 309. Oh my God, is Sonic open? No, they're not. Waffle House. This town looks familiar, but I can't even remember the last time I would have drove through here. Well, I guess my plan here is just go east on I-10. I mean, might as well keep up with this thing. Go toward Lafayette. this guy's in a hurry. But I think that was it for the tornado risk. I mean, there's probably going to be a few more tornado warnings tonight. Oh, he's got his traction lights on so he doesn't spin out. Good for him. But I think that was the tornado risk. I mean, there's going to be a few more tornado warnings, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be. But I don't think it's going to be... I mean, I think the main show was like the past 2.5 to 3 hours. I think the rest of the night we're going to be dealing with a squall line, yeah, with some strong winds. I wouldn't worry at all about hail. But wind, for sure. 55 to 65 mile an hour winds. Maybe a tornado here and there, so just keep that in the back of your mind, I guess. Alright, so this is kind of a stronger little storm that's feeding into this big line of storms, this big squall line, so... Alright, so there is a Lion's Den, which is a naughty adult store up here on the right. Oh look, it's a Stuckey's. I hope you guys can see that, but remember I was talking to you guys about that earlier? Look, it used to be a Stuckey's, you can tell by the building. Maybe not through the rain, but I told you. I told you. Should be through this pretty quick. I don't know if this guy's afraid to pass the semi or what. I don't know what this semi is doing, but I don't know if he just can't find his lane or what, but I don't think he can find the exit. Well, any day now we'll be out of this, I hope. Looks like this thing's trying to strengthen again here, just south of I-10. South of... That's Jennings, I think. But I'm sure that'll be short-lived. It doesn't look tornadic.
I don't think that's going to do much. It doesn't really have much of a mezzo aloft. It's running on instability, so I mean, it's not impossible, but unlikely.
Yeah, I agree. It's about it, I think.
that's a wrap. Don't really have any new guidance on tomorrow, but looked at Monday. Monday they put a day 2 thunderstorm out, but I don't really think a marginal's impossible somewhere in the Florida Panhandle, but it's going to be low end probably.
All right, I'm going to Lafayette tonight.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that was our severe event. Honestly. Yeah, we'll probably start wrapping this up, folks. Keeping tomorrow in play just in case. Yeah, just because things are wrapping up doesn't mean that the tornado threat is gone. Basically, if you're in this tornado watch, I mean, there's a relatively respectable chance that, yeah, you could see a tornado. Just understand that I don't think it's as high of a chance as it was earlier. What the hell is going on there? Yeah, I mean, I think today kind of lived up to what we expected. I think the forecast was pretty much spot on for this overall. Maybe a little bit off, but not too bad. Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow, guys. There may be a stream, there may not be. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's basically dependent on whether or not we get a good model signal here first thing in the morning for redevelopment, you know, around like 4 p.m. or so out there, like Mobile and east. Because if that's the case, we can handle that. We can make that happen. But I think I'm gonna wrap this up. I mean, if anything changes, I mean, I'm gonna stay in the vicinity tonight. If something changes and like tornado warnings start going off left and right, I'll come back, but I think it's pretty safe to let this one go for the night. All right, everybody. Like half hour to the hotel, so that's not too bad. So thanks for watching, and that's going to be it for tonight, unless something changes. Which, I mean, maybe. So have a good night, and thanks for watching.